spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. U.S. President Donald Trump says the first phase of his Gaza peace deal, meaning all of the hostages, will be released very soon. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu calls the agreement a great day for Israel and will convene the government on Thursday to approve it. Hamas has confirmed the deal and is calling on Trump and the involved countries to compel Israel to fully follow the deal. A senior Palestinian official says a ceasefire will go into effect immediately after approval by the Israeli government around 14 hours Jerusalem time. Despite hopes this could lead to the end of the 2-year war, crucial details still need to be discussed, and this moves on to say that the talks in Egypt come 2 years and 2 days after Israel launched a military campaign in Gaza in response to the 7th October 2023 attack in which Hamas-led gunmen killed about 1,200 people and took 251 others as hostages. The Hamas-run health ministry says at least 67,183 have been killed by Israel military and operations in Gaza since then, including 20,179 children. University lecturers have laughed off claims by the government that they are only owed 624 million Kenya shillings instead of 7.9 billion Kenya shillings as their strike enters the fourth week. WASU Secretary General Constantine Wesonga said they negotiated for a basic salary amounting to 13.8 billion shillings and a pension component of 2.76 billion shillings, totaling to 16.56 billion shillings during the 2017-2021 CBA. These figures, he said, were ratified by the court in January 2021, and the government has only paid 8.6 billion shillings. Wesonga maintained that lecturers would not return to work until the long-standing dispute is resolved.
We are cleaning higher education once and for all. We shall not call strike next year. Tunamalizana this year. So that when we start next year, our students can have time to study. This is a sector that has been neglected for years. This is a sector where our statutory deductions are not remitted. Technical University of Kenya staff members do not have pension scheme. Pension scheme collapsed there. Moi University don't have a pension scheme. We don't have medical care.
Meanwhile, Education CS Julius Ogamba has told legislators that the ministry is yet to verify the 7.9 billion shillings demanded by the lecturers as it prepares to meet WASU officials today to discuss the matter.
Mr. Speaker, it should be clear that the most of the issues raised by the unions have been addressed. The 2021-2025 CBA is being implemented as agreed, and the government is ready to start negotiations for the 2025-2029 CBA. The issue of the balance under the 2017-2021 CBA necessarily requires an objective verification process to ascertain what is actually owed. The government is committed to this process.
The National Assembly Special Funds Account Committee has summoned Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo to appear before it next month, and after failing to honor 16 consecutive invitations to respond to audit queries on 14 public funds under his ministry, the committee said his repeated absences have hindered its oversight work on funds whose audit reports date as far back as the 2017-2018 financial year. During Wednesday's session, two directors from the National Treasury and the CEO of the Equalization Fund appeared before the committee accompanied by other officials. When asked to explain the PS's absence, they said Kiptoo was on official duty in Washington, D.C. And finally, spiraling violence in Haiti has displaced 680,000 children, nearly twice as many as a year ago, as armed groups tighten control and public services collapse. UNICEF said that over 6 million people, more than half of the population, including 3.3 million children, now need humanitarian assistance. The surge in displacement, combined with deteriorating health and education services and rising gang violence, underscores the growing risks to millions of Haitians, particularly children. That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Sindio? Ivo? I'm telling you, just like that, alafu tunaenda.
Kwaje?
Mimi niko salama. I'm fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I like that shade of pink.
Oh, thank you. Blush pink.
Looks really good.
Blush pink, nude pink, blush pink. Hapo tunakwama hapo kwa blush.
Hapo kwa blush.
Bas.
Okay.
Uko salama?
Nashukuru.
What day is it? Thursday. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
I know I see what you did.
Yeah,
I see what you did.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
Yeah.
It's Friday. Happy to see you. And the weather is moist and warm. They said it's going to rain continuously for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But it rained continuously for 2 days, and then after that we're done. Did they mean 2 days? But let's wait and see. It's possible. There's a lot of moisture in the air.
Yeah.
If you've realized.
Nakuru, I've been told, is raining.
Okay, so it's just Nairobi that's not...
yeah.
Okay, so the other parts of the country...
That is raining, yeah.
A reminder that Nairobi is not the world and the world is not Nairobi.
Thank you.
Other things are happening.
So that forecast wasn't just specific to Nairobi. So there are other places where it's raining for 2 weeks.
Exactly. You who just hear it, just assume that it's just you that you're speaking about.
Exactly.
Sindio? Okay, wait, this computer is talking.
Technology, we'll do those things. It will show you things.
She also wants to talk. See, you okay now? Good morning and welcome. It's 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. It is the 9th of October. Imagine, come chezo. The 9th of October, and this is the Situation Room. Ndran Dennis with you this morning. Dennis Okari had a bit of an emergency overnight, so we're trying to figure out if he's okay, but he should be fine. But let's see how that goes. But of course, wishing him all the best. He should be fine, and just taking hope in that. But in the meantime, we continue with the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Lydiah and her niece are here. It's one package.
I don't know where they went to, but anyway, they're here. Just know they're here.
It's one package. Making things happen, and Santi Sana for that. Just putting it together this morning. So let me let you in on the conversations that we'll be having today as we get into things this morning, shall we? All right. So it is Thursday, and getting us into a conversation from 7 o'clock will be Davis Okombo. He's a researcher in global maternal healthcare. All right, maternal healthcare in the country. I know our conversations have been heavy around healthcare, but you know what? That's what's popping right now. What have we been seeing in terms of the numbers, in terms of what exactly is going on? We know. Let's look at the state of it. How can it be improved? Is it doing okay? We'll talk about all of those come 7 o'clock with Davies through the hour. And then at 8 o'clock, Nyamweya is the former governor of Laikipia County. Today, he is the chairman of the Kenya Revenue Authority, and he still remains an economist and eternal optimist. Half full or half empty is the question we're asking, and a closer look at today's economy. Nyamweya will join us at 8 o'clock for that conversation. And then we'll round things out at 9 o'clock. World Sight Day. Sight as in kuona. Thanks. Peter Milo is a country director of the Fred Hollows Foundation, and Dr. Dorothy Moutier is an ophthalmologist at the Ministry of Health. We're going to have that conversation with both of them. World Sight Day, I believe, is today, and we're going to be looking at the many interventions that have been made. I remember coming from a time where folks who were wearing glasses were wearing Coke bottles, and today you can get away with a sliver of glass to be able to see through. Look at technology. We'll look at issues to do with sight. We'll look at the big ones: glaucoma, cataract, all of these things, and we'll talk about them and interventions that have been made. How do you know when you could or couldn't be suffering from one of these things? There's so many things. We'll talk into some of those things today because there are a lot of questions to be answered. And so let's look through that on World Sight Day today. So that's what it looks like. We'll start off with maternal care. We'll go into the state of the economy and we'll come back and we'll take a look, literally. That's what happens at 9 o'clock. It's 6:15 and we are in Togo.
Yes, we are in Togo. And the proverb today from Togo is, a child does not laugh at the ugliness of its mother.
Sasa yo utatupatia ingine juu
hiyo ulishafanya?
Yeah.
Okay. Sasa tuende kwa hii. It's if a man does not know when he has a pepper in his eyes, it's a question. If a man does not know when he has pepper in his eyes, what do you make of that?
A man does not know when he has pepper in his eyes. He knows now.
But what if he doesn't know?
Wow. A man does not know when he has pepper in his eyes. Or maybe he does. Because it stings. Have you ever gotten pepper in your eye? It really stings. I'm so confused. I don't know how to think about this.
So think of it in terms of you had pepper yesterday, but today you go to repeat the same thing that had you have pepper in your eye. So forgetting experiences of the past and repeating the same mistakes with the hope of getting a different result.
And still get you in trouble.
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. So you didn't know that it was pepper.
Yes.
Maybe you would experience it the next time, and that's what would bring about some kind of discomfort. Wow. Okay.
So you could look at it in terms of every other time, say there are elections, and Kenyans, let's say electorates making the same mistakes over and over again with the hope that perhaps maybe this time round atabadilika. You never really felt the sting of the pepper in your eye.
Right. Or you did, but you didn't imagine that it was something that you did that would get you into that state of, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So learning from mistakes, I guess, is something that we look at.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't realize that it was pepper. All right. Okay. So, or that you're used to it. Yeah. That's a good one, Tib. So that you're so used to it, you didn't even know that it was pepper.
Yeah.
And you don't know the danger of something that you've done over and over again until maybe somebody else points it out to you that, hey, look, this is what it is that you're doing.
Or you're used to being mistreated so much that you don't know the other side of being treated well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That you don't even realize, or that if you come into an experience or a situation where you are treated right, you're probably in shock, like, okay, is this how the other half of the world lives? Exactly. And it's not a painful situation. Yeah, okay. I can see that. So of course Togolese onto something there, so that's a great one to then be able to look into. All right, let's say a very good morning to you guys as you get into the room with us this morning. Very nice to have you join us every day as you do. Robert Tobogo is tuning from Mombasa this morning and says, good morning Spice family, tuning from Mombasa, hallelujah, good morning. It's technically Friday. Good morning, says Akola. Vesh Musanga is tuned in from Bulawayo. Again, Bulawayo. Hapo ni wapi?
It's somewhere, yeah. Bulawayo.
Tell us where that is. Agutu Ogembo says, good morning. Desmond Otis says, good morning, Jothurwa Umor. Meaning?
Jothurwa Umor. Umor, you're happy.
Okay.
Good morning, my people, like my community people, village mates.
Okidok. All right.
Bulawayo is in Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay. Good morning from Zimbabwe. That's where you are this morning, Vash. Good morning to you. Peter Chiari says, good morning from Mombasa. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Have a great day indeed. It does. Stephen Onjula, good morning, engineer. Spice, clear from Migingo Island on the Kenyan side. Good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Marshall says, good morning. Who knew Jesse Rogers could speak Sheng so fluently? Old school Sheng. Very insightful program in the hood. Sindeo? Jesse can speak.
Yeah.
He says things. In fact, we are looking for Jesse so that he can teach us. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Spice FM team. Brian Otieno says, good morning. Habibti from sunny Dubai. Good morning to you. My prince says, good morning. It will rain at 3. Boom, rain at 3. Our weatherman is the king of forecasts, a slayer of surprises, an unsung hero. The only person who seems to do his job right. Shout out to him. All right. Don Sabua says, Ndu ask Okari, I can't do that right now. But if he were here, I would ask him to name one mega project that has immense economic impact in Kenya in the recent past. Now, Sitaje Roads. Sasa. One major project. One project that has had impact on Kenyan lives. Positive impact, Mr. Aseto.
Positive?
Yes.
Yo.
Now, you're not allowed to say expressway.
But can I say SGR?
Ioni roads. Railroads. No. Railroad.
Okay, let's say the Lamu Port.
Lamu Port. Bas.
Lamu Port, yeah.
Do you down Sabwa? Lamu Port. There you go. Josh Willie says, good morning all and have a blessed Thursday. Listening from Kitale, good morning Spices. Boaz Nalianya, good morning. Brian Otero says, situation bomb kabisa. Christine A, good morning. Christopher Ogore, good morning, tuning from Maseno. And Marshall says, okay, you're talking to each other here, it's okay. Brian Ocheno, good morning. Eric War says, good morning, Wase Donjo. What is that?
To Shangia.
So, okay. So confused. Okay. Benedito says, good morning, Princess Ndu and Dennis Squared. Millie Simi says, good morning from Nasho. It must be Nasho. Kikuyu constituency. Yesterday, I celebrate my last born, Israel, officially becoming a teen. Wish him a happy birthday. He's just about to leave for school. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Israel. May you go forth and conquer. May the road rise to meet you, and may the wind forever be at your back. Have a wonderful day, and may God bless you. Bill Kak Orwa says, good morning, wonderful team. Good morning to you. Prince Alvin is tuned in this morning and says, always tuned in from Roy Sambo. As always, listening in for the big conversation, says Thomas Omosa. Ivan Omondi Odera says, love your eyes from yours truly, the blind ombudsman.
Today's World Sight Day.
Oh! Sheesh. Okay, sour. Threw me for a loop. Okay, but okay. I was wondering, what? Love your eyes. Yeah. Okay, sour. Well done, Ivan. Interestingly enough, my son's name is Ivan. Eddie Mboya says, good morning. Joining in from Bale, Eastern Uganda. Tibbs Muge says, the man used to fire. Fire who? Brian Otieno, okay, we see you. Discomfort allows one to grow. Yes, it does. That's about the pepper, Abby. Okay. The Nairobi 2011 good morning team. Mambo ni tutam. Sawa basi. Okay, you says Zimbabwe, indeed. Okay. Tunai Naisuma says, good morning, tuned in from Kanairo. NN, good morning from Baltimore in Maryland. And Uncut says, good morning, tuning in from Rimpa. Actually, these places where you people are telling us there. So you tell us where these places are.
Rimpa is in Kajiado, I think.
Rimpa is in Kajiado?
Kajiado County.
Oh, just over here?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Karimenu Water Dam Project. No more water rationing in Nairobi. Okay, Sawa. We hear you. Kenneth Jumba is tuning in this morning from Kangemi. I like it that we're seeing a lot more people who not tuned in or commented before, but you're here with us this morning. Jared Bett is tuned in from Narok. Good morning and lovely to have you in the room, even as you tune in today, everybody. Karibuni Sana. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, as you can see. Our audience on KTN, good morning to you. Tuning around the country and indeed the region and the world. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're going to get into a number of those this morning. All right, even as we do, let's look into the headlines because there's quite a story, or 3 or 4, in the papers today. We will start with Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. JKIA cocaine trail. As CCTV footage links a cabinet minister's aide to an alleged drug trafficker, the JKIA cocaine storm has burst into the heart of government, fueling fears that Kenya's gateway to the world has been turned into a smuggler's corridor under the official watch. What began as a routine expose on airport lapses has now spiraled into a full-blown political and security scandal, roping in high-ranking figures, foreign law enforcement agencies, and a nervous aviation sector staring at global scrutiny. Okay, we're going to look into that story because it's quite a big one, okay? I know that there have been periods where the drug trade has been heightened, then it goes to sleep, it's heightened, then it goes dormant, but it seems as though those overtures are waking up again. So let's look into the story and see exactly what it means. And if folk who are in government are actually perpetrating this, then we've got a bit of trouble. Why Kalonzo is the most sought after politician? Is he? Okay. Once dismissed as indecisive and mocked as a watermelon, Kalonzo Musyoka has staged a stunning political comeback. Today, both President William Ruto and the opposition admit that the Wiper leader holds the key to State House 2027. Oh yeah, okay, sawa. Scars of brutality is what's on page 2. Survivors relive the trauma of the 2023 police crackdown. That's a big story here. A daughter kicks out her widowed mother in bitter inheritance row. Yani, mtoto wako. And we'll look into that story so that we can know if it's your blood daughter who's doing this or somebody who you adopted. Anyway, it's a bit of a big one. We'll look into that in just a while as well. 5,000 schools yet to get funds as third term ends. Okay. I don't know why, but is it those ones? So there are about 44,000 schools in the country.
Yep.
Only 39,000 of those 44,000 have been cleared in terms of that they are not ghost schools. So they've gotten their money or at least gotten part of it. The others have not because they've not cleared them. I don't know. It's just...
So that is 15,000 schools.
5,000 schools.
5,000.
Okay. Look, I have joy in my heart this morning. So we'll look into that also in a bit. So... public debt has now hit 12 trillion shillings. You want to know how that happened? Well, because the state borrowed 95.5 billion shillings since, what month are we in? October. Since May. So since May, the state has borrowed 95.5 billion shillings in 5 months. And so that has now helped the public debt cross over 12 trillion shillings.
What's our ceiling again? 11 trillion?
10. Yeah, 10.35, something like that.
We had 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, go to 20. Do what you want.
Yeah.
At this rate, that's what it looks like, right? But of course, you're going to have to ask the questions. Then what does this mean? There's a story there on page 8 where Kalonzo is being called an underrated power broker. Senators and governors clash over counties' illegal accounts. Should you have a number of accounts? Well, the committee is sitting and asking, guys, tell us what's going on here. Governors are saying, leave us alone. We know what we are doing. Senators are saying, no, you don't. Counties are saying, yes, we do. Senators are saying, no, you don't. Counties are saying, yes, we do.
Give us
our money.
Yeah.
And people are here asking us about illegal accounts. Now, I'm just tupatia pesa. China sisi. Then they say, no, you don't. Then they're saying, yes, we are. It's like that. I'm telling you, that's essentially what it looks like. It's like kids in the playground where there's certain things that you're supposed to be doing, but you don't do them anyway, but you're shouting and making noise about money.
Yeah. So let's go to the Daily Nation, eh? Ruto Gideon in State House talks. Now, it's a discussion. Now, the head of state was of the opinion that he steps down from the Baringo senatorial race for the UDA candidate and consider his candidacy in 2027, but the chairperson politely declined. Now, President Ruto yesterday hosted his political opponent, Gideon Moi, a son of the country's second head of state with whom he has had a long-running rivalry for talks that signaled a thawing of relations. Sources said they discussed the upcoming by-election for the Baringo Senate seat, which the KANU chairperson is keen to recapture, with the ruling party desperate to bag it. The two camps, however, gave conflicting accounts of the outcome of the meeting. Now, top judges fight bribery claims. A battle is brewing at the High Court in Nairobi as Supreme Court Judge Isaac Lenaola fights off bribery allegations. He sued retired Captain Kung Muigai. Now, at the heart of the defamation suit initiated by the judge are allegations that a 1 million shillings bribe influenced Justice Lenaola's 2004 ruling while serving at the High Court, in which he upheld a disputed finding that businessman Kung Muigai's firm had consented to the auctioning of its land by KCB to recover a debt. The judge has denied the bribery claims. Now, church preaches wine and drinks it from a new bottle.
What?
The church preaches wine and drinks it from a new bottle.
Okay.
Preaches wine, not water. Not water.
Not water.
The Catholic Church has adopted a new wine brand to celebrate Holy Mass. The change saw adoption of a South African brewed wine from October 4th.
This is the thing.
You know,
The people who get the contract to supply wine to the Catholic Church, my friend.
have just been switched. Now we're getting it from South Africa.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, they call it the blood of Jesus. Yeah.
It is. Representation.
Representation, yes. House State borrowed 95 billion shillings in 4 months. Now, the state took 95.5 billion shillings in loans between May 1st and August 31st this year, according to National Treasury disclosures, pushing the public debt to a new high of 12 trillion shillings. Now, forged DNA test, 10 million shillings loan, and a bitter paternity dispute. 10 million shillings. A dramatic parenthood quarrel is ongoing at the Children's Court in Milimani, Nairobi, where a DNA report submitted by a man has been branded a forgery.
Wow. What?
Wow. A DNA report in... wow. So this man just gave a forged DNA report to the court over a 10 million shillings loan and paternity dispute. So mtoto ni wangu lakini DNA test ni fake.
So, unajuaje? How do you, what's fake? As in the what?
The DNA results.
The results show that the father is somebody else.
Yes.
But DNA is done, it doesn't lie. So perhaps you are not the father.
Perhaps who did you pay
to
give you the report? Now, outrage as Treasury PS snubs House team 16 times. Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo is under fire from MPs after failing to honor numerous invites to appear before a watchdog committee. One thing that has happened, you see, we've established that government officers usually snub committee sittings for one reason or the other. Now, Mombasa chef eyes Guinness glory. That is Chef Yusuf, a self-taught cook, defies exhaustion, heat, and limited resources in record-breaking bid.
Okay.
Now, how quest for better life turned into a nightmare. Now, this is a story of one gentleman, Mr. Khalid Mohammed, a Somali national, who was smuggled into Libya from Kenya. He is now being held captive in the North African country. The smugglers are demanding 2 million shillings for his release, a sum far beyond what his family could raise.
They say he was smuggled, not kidnapped.
Yeah, he was smuggled.
Honey, he's a resource.
Yes, he was smuggled. It is in search of... because I know Libya is used as a transit route into Europe. So perhaps he got agents who would smuggle him. I think we'll go through the stories to just find out exactly what happened to these one Mr. Khalid Mohammed. But there's a voiceover I did for some producer, and it was talking about the transit routes through Libya as people head to Europe. Happens
it
a
is.
lot.
Oh,
Yes.
it definitely does.
Yeah.
All right. So this story is also making its way to the headlines of the Star. Treasury data: state borrows 6 billion shillings per week in 4 months, and that comes to about 95.5 when we look at it over time. 6 billion shillings a week is essentially what was borrowed, and I want to know where it went. That's all I want to know. 100 billion shillings in 4 months in the economy. Would you have seen it here and there? Wouldn't you have seen it?
I would.
Yeah, 100
I know at
billion
least
shillings in 4 months.
capitation would have been paid.
Or something.
You know? Yeah.
I just want to know, where did it go, guys? How MPs crippled IEBC almost derailed the 27 election. How? Ate? When did this happen? But okay. There's a picture here on the bottom of the Star, Fred Matiang'i, Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya, and Peter Munya following the death of Peter Munya's grandmother. And here it's like Matiang'i is telling Natembeya, let me show you the way. But see, Natembeya knows how to walk. Get it? Anyway, so that's what they're looking into. KTDA, farmers to get final bonus plus 2 billion shilling refunds. 2 Somali miners deny desecrating the Kenyan flag. Of course, that story, their charges are being brought against them in a Nairobi court. And state locks special groups and young people out of tender of billions of shillings. And we remember we had heard that they were some of the special focus groups that were going to be considered for a lot of these things going into the future. Well, here's an example of where they're not. So there's a lot going on. Busia put on the spot over 200 million shilling graft claims. We know that the county machinani is going on right now. Senators are out finding out what's going on in the counties in their oversight role, and they don't like it that in Busia quite some money is not being accounted for. And these are some of the stories. Kenya calls for digitization, ease of trade at the Nairobi Commerce Summit, which is currently going on. KRA's custom tax revenue hit 3 billion shillings daily in September. 3 billion shillings daily. Well, Ndiritu Morethi is going to be here at 8 o'clock, and we're going to ask him, you guys are getting 3 billion shillings daily? That's a lot of money. Where is it going? That always is a question, isn't it? All right. So that's what it looks like. And of course, the Business Daily tells us how the World Bank is pushing for higher VAT and excise duty. Seriously, I don't know that folks can contend with what currently is the state of things. Let's look at some of these stories then now in detail. So there's quite some. I don't know where to start. Let's start off with this daughter who's kicked out her widowed mother in a bitter inheritance row. 51-year-old widow is embroiled in a bitter dispute with her only daughter after a Kiambu Principal Magistrate's Court granted the daughter authority to inherit her matrimonial home. Consequently, Margaret Heta Gathaya, who was once granted letters of administration for the estate of her late husband Samuel Gathaya Kabia, now finds herself unwanted in her own home by her 35-year-old daughter Bilha Wajiko Gathaya, her own daughter. Gathaya, a pensioner and former lecturer at the University of Nairobi, died without a will on the 26th of April 2017. His widow, Heta, filed succession case number 121 of 2017, was granted letters of administration for her husband's estate on the 26th of January the following year. Although she was expected to serve as the absolute administrator, her daughter, Bilha, contested the decision, arguing that Heta had failed to disclose during the succession proceedings that she had a daughter who was also entitled to a share of her father's estate. So daughter gets pissed off and says, hold on a minute, you didn't tell them that I am there? Watch Nikusho. In a petition dated September 9th, Bilha accused her mother, 2021, Bilha accused her mother of fraudulently obtaining the grant by excluding her from the succession proceedings, therefore disinheriting her. You go there, you don't tell them, you fail to mention that I exist. Sawa. She further alleged that her mother had gone on a spree selling off parcels of land left behind by her late father. In response, Heta claimed that Bilha was not Gathaya's biological daughter and was therefore not entitled to a share of her estate, of his estate. Do you understand? They went and said, actually, Toto is not for the father, it's for somebody else, so I'm the wife.
Always knows the child's father.
It goes crazy. Heta claimed that she was not Gathaya's biological daughter. Bilha now produced her birth certificate and national identity card to prove that indeed she was Gathaya's daughter. Heta told the court that under Section 76 of the Law of Succession Act, Bilha could only claim inheritance from her mother's estate, not her late father's. But in a judgment delivered on January 19, 2023, Principal Magistrate P. Moholi ruled otherwise and said, I have weighed both submissions by parties and find sufficient evidence linking the applicant as a child of the deceased. Consequently, I revoke the grant issued to Margaret Heta Gathaya on the 15th of November 2017. They further found that Heta had excluded Bilha from succession, noting this certificate of confirmation, and the grant herein was obtained by concealing from the court the fact that the deceased had a daughter. When you read this headline, you're going to think, oh my goodness, what a callous daughter. Then you go and find out that the mother essentially wanted to disown and disinherit the child of 35, and the court says, Nana, not under my watch, and the daughter has now been given the letters of administration. Be careful what you do, little hands.
You know, it's a question of, well, was she raised by this man?
Apparently, but the mother now, when she went to inherit the land, went and failed to mention that there's a daughter in all of this who is an adult of sound mind today.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a question of why would the mother do that to the daughter? Because remember, all along, this girl has called this man daddy.
Is her father.
You know, is her father.
Yeah.
And then you look at even the documentations that are there, and they point to the fact that this man was the father. So why go around and disinherit your own child?
It's called greed, Dennis. Greed. It's a terrible thing. People will do anything. Doesn't matter who you are. You can be their twin sister. You shared the same whatever for 9 months before you came out. You can look exactly like, you can do whatever it is, but it's greed, man.
Yeah.
The things that people will do to keep stuff for themselves is unbelievable. If you leave alone mother, daughter, husband, wife, people don't care.
You know, they keep saying everything that we own on the face of the earth is all vanity because we live him here, but
in the meantime,
enjoy before I go.
Exactly. Greed is a terrible thing.
Enjoyment is for now.
Yep.
The rest will come later.
But die.
Exactly.
Suffer Valley.
So there is a story of the PS who's no show in Parliament. Now, Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo is under fire from members of Parliament after failing to honour 16 invitations to appear before a watchdog committee to account for the expenditure of public funds. The National Assembly's Special Funds Accounts Committee is furious that Dr. Kiptoo has repeatedly snubbed his summons to explain the use of billions of shillings allocated to 14 entities under his purview. According to the committee chaired by Migori woman representative Fatuma Mohammed, a series of invitations dating back to 2023, the most recent on Wednesday, October 8, 2025, have all been ignored. In a strongly worded statement, the committee accused Dr. Kiptoo of being a stumbling block to its constitutional duty of scrutinizing how funds under his control have been utilized. The biggest challenge remains the continued failure of the accounting officer to appear before the committee despite repeated invitations. Now, according to her, she says this persistent non-compliance has stalled progress in concluding scrutiny and impeded the committee's mandate of ensuring transparency and accountability of the use of public resources, the committee said. Now, the committee said it has successfully scrutinized and concluded examinations of 50 funds, excluding 14 pending ones under Dr. Kiptoo. It noted that completing the review of the 14 would mark a major milestone in clearing the existing backlog and enhancing accountability in the management of special funds. So the gentleman is in charge of all these accounts.
Yes.
And with members of parliament in the committees that are there at the oversight body, they are supposed to go through the dockets that you hold, how funds is being spent, just so they can clear the audit queries raised by even the Auditor General, right? But here's a question where the man who's in charge of implementation of policies in a ministry is not sure. So we have 14 accounts that are pending. Out of over 40 that they've gone through, there are 14 that is pending, but the PS is not sure. Question is, why does he not want to respond to the queries that do exist?
If on the face of it, if you hold a docket for which there needs to be query made about it by a committee that is constitutionally mandated to do this, and you don't show up. How many times did they say they've summoned him? 14?
14, yes.
And he's not shown up even once?
16, actually.
They've summoned him and he's not shown up even once. Methinks there's something the man doesn't want to talk about. Because, okay, one can understand that you were busy the first time, you got sick the second, and the third you had to take your dog to the vet. But 10, 15, 16, you don't show up. Again, I reckon that there's some kind of explanation that he doesn't want to give.
Yeah.
Yes.
And let me just tell you some of the funds that we're talking about here. The Rural Enterprise Fund, the Treasury Main Clearance Fund, the Local Loans Support Fund, Government Clearing Agency, Equalization Fund, African Union and other international organization subscription fund, Provident Fund, and the European Widows and Orphans Pensions Fund. Others are the Asian Officers Family Pensions Fund, Asiatic Widows and Orphans Pension Fund, Contingencies Fund,
Asiatic Widows and Orphans Pension Fund. Yeah.
Contingencies Fund, Petroleum Development Levy Fund, COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund, and the Credit Guarantee Scheme.
So from the list that you've given, do you see why maybe?
Exactly.
He's had to take his dog to the vet three times repeatedly, and that's why he couldn't show up for the summons? Yes.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science to me. It's very clear why he's not showing up.
Yep.
You keep summoning him, and he doesn't come. He's telling you something. You know, so I think they keep some money.
But my question is, you look at the National Assembly and the powers it has. It can first of all surcharge this gentleman for not showing up. They can censure him. They can even move for a motion of impeachment for him to be fired.
Well,
you know, all these things, Parliament has the powers, and let's see if they will wait for the 17th time and then come complain. You have the powers to act and move.
Maybe.
They're the ones who interview these guys, vet them, and
Parliament
approve.
Vets PSs, yes. I wonder, but is telling you something without telling you something.
Something, yes.
Yeah, he is. Let's look into this DCI grilling of cocaine suspects as London police seek answers. So let's take a few minutes to look into the story because it's quite something. And so the subs there are that in CCTV footage, a cabinet minister's aide is seen in a queue with alleged drug trafficker. Okay? He has been questioned as a person of interest as officers try to unravel the JKIA cocaine web. Now, two suspects who allegedly assisted a foreign national in smuggling drugs through security check-ins at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport have been questioned by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and Kiambu Road and later released. So they had a few, something to chat about. One suspect, known as Moha, just Moha, was captured standing next to the alleged drug trafficker in the airport's check-in area, and he was picked up in Nyayo Estate on Monday morning by individuals identifying themselves as detectives. Neighbors said that there was a dramatic operation, as of course it's fun on a Monday, on condition of anonymity. One of them said that the early morning raid involved about 20 plainclothes officers who surrounded the premises before whisking him away. So sources at the DCI intimated that Moha was questioned for hours by DCI Director Mohammed Amin and the head of anti-narcotics Samuel Abosso, even as the Metropolitan Police wrote to Kenya on the status of the investigation. So the Met Police are in London, all right, and they're asking Kenya what's going on. All right, we move. Now, a source said this was a summon and not an arrest. We were just asking questions. Top cops went to effect police summons. They needed to know what this man knows regarding the claims that have circulated in the media. If there was a reason to connect him to what happened, the cops will initiate a proper criminal profiling where they will dig into his call logs, workplace connections and background to determine who exactly he is and whether he's a person of interest. So they're going to do their homework, essentially. So apparently they came around 7 a.m. and took them off, and then they had a conversation with them. Now, the other suspect, who was seen in a yellow reflector jacket guiding Dos Santos through security inside Terminal 1A, spent a night in custody at the airport police station, where he's also interrogated before being released. Investigators say he's an employee of a Kenya-based firm specializing in airport ground services and air cargo handling services contracted by British Airways. So as we know, most major airlines have their people on the ground in a local airport to kind of, move, especially if that airport is a hub, kind of like what JKIA is. British Airways was also written to by the Standard, inquiring about the agreement between the status and the status of investigations. Now, it emerges that the Kenya Airports Authority has written to the DCI to furnish them with case files touching on narcotic smuggling at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport as the storm of the cocaine highway deepens. Sources indicate that Chairman Caleb Kostanyi has moved in to seize control of the scandal that has cast a pale shadow on the country's largest airport. They said, we don't like this kind of thing. Some top DCI officials have, however, claimed that they were unaware of the said request, and neither has Ketani confirmed the claims, as he did not answer calls. So it goes on. And the Metropolitan Police confirmed to the Standard the arrest of Dos Santos, noting that he appeared before Isleworth Crown Court on the 16th of June, where he was remanded in custody as he awaits trial on the 3rd of December. Behind the scenes, insiders describe KAA management as unsettled by the recent revelations, that seemingly hoping the scandal will fade away. So they think, see stories, it will go to bed.
Yeah.
No. Apparently, from what we're hearing, might not go to bed just yet.
Yeah.
So it's police are seeking answers, and they want to know who exactly is doing this. And has Kenya gotten back on that radar, or JKIA specifically? Has it got? Because remember we said that this drug business, you'll see that stories will pop up, it'll die down. Folks are hoping that this will be another die down moment, but it seems that Kenya is back on the radar now when it comes to being a corridor for drugs and transit to either the Americas, Europe, or the Gulf.
Yeah. You know, when you look at such story, not just this specific, you go back to the story of the lady in Vietnam.
Yeah.
You know, there's the other lady as well who was arrested again over narcotics. I don't know.
It was in Asia somewhere. I can't remember. Yeah.
The reason why I'm putting JKIA, you look at the origin of these women, right? They started their journey from JKIA, then got to the Arab countries, and then made the transition. So if you just look at the connection with JKIA, it exposes JKIA as a major transit hub. And now this one even makes it more difficult, because now there is politics that is also being introduced into this. Remember, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now just pointing fingers on cabinet secretaries and how they are the ones aiding drug smuggling business in the country. So you look at it from that perspective in terms of a cabinet secretary, alleged cabinet secretary, and how the government is not responding to that. And then the international community will start looking at Kenya in terms of waiting to see what the president will do, what the security agencies will do, because then again, it stops being an isolated case of just a Kenyan, but now government's role into aiding the same.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's see. It's gonna unfold. They're gonna continue having those conversations. Another story you want to share with us?
Yeah, there's this story that I've seen on of this gentleman who's being smuggled. Yeah. So he left Nairobi to chase a better life across the borders, but ended up in a cell in Libya, beaten and starved as his family begged his smugglers for mercy. Across East Africa, Mr. Khalid Mohammed is among hundreds ensnared by the McGuffey network, a ruthless human trafficking ring that turns dreams of greener pastures in Europe into nightmares of ransom, slavery and death. For a decade, Mr. Khalid tried to build a modest life in Nairobi. The Somali national worked in an electronics shop in city's central business district, earning just enough to support himself and occasionally send a little money back to his family in Somalia. At times things worked out well, but when they didn't, he would call his mother and ask her to pay his rent. When he realized that life was not getting better, he began to think about how he could secure greener pastures abroad. Now, in May 2025, he made a decision that changed not only his life, but also that of his family. Convinced by promises of better pay and safe passage, he packed his bags Sunday, May 18, 2025, left his Nairobi home and boarded a South Sudan-bound bus. He told us he had found an opportunity, recalls his younger brother, Yahi Imran, speaking from Baidoa, Somalia. He said he would be away for a short time and then would return with something to help us. Mr. Imran said that instead of the positive things he had expected, things turned ugly when his brother fell into hands of smugglers who delivered him into one of the most dangerous migration corridors in the world. Weeks after his departure, Yahia's phone rang. On the screen was an international number. To his shock, it was not from South Sudan but Libya. On the line was his younger brother, his voice frail and trembling. He told me he was being held in a warehouse with other Somalis and people from different parts of Africa. Yahya said, adding that his brother informed him they were beaten, starved and threatened daily. Now, the family is being asked to give a ransom of 2 million shillings. If not, the brother would be killed.
So they took him. So they took him for the purposes of this ransom.
Yeah, yes, but the promise was it is a safe migration into Europe for greener pastures.
But they were actually taking him for something else.
Yes.
So that is the hook that folks
That's
are
the
using
hook, yeah.
now. That we can take him to Europe, but then while we've taken him now, we're asking you, okay, fine, we can release him, but give us some money.
Yes.
Good grief.
Yeah. And you see, this is a story that has been happening for a very long time, only that now it's being reported. But look at it's many Africans, Africans who find themselves in another African country trying to cross the borders into Europe. But this is what happens because smugglers have found that Africans who are desperate want to go into Europe, but you can take advantage of the situation and answer.
It still plays on the desperation of people, isn't it? Because you'll be surprised that, you know, when we started seeing the stories of folks who were washed ashore because they tried to cross on a dinghy and tried to get over to Spain or to France. And he said, this is a horrible, horrible way to die. And they would think that, okay, well, nobody's going to do it. But then people are crossing over that strait every day. But it also, like I said, praise rather on the desperation of people, because people still want to go.
Yeah.
People still want to cross over and go to Europe in any way that they can to look for that better life. So these criminals essentially know that that desperation exists, and so it's a perfect pathway for them to then be able to strike.
Yeah.
This is sad. So they're actually communicating with the family and saying, well, okay, pony up the cash and we'll let him go.
Let him go. If not, we're just telling you point blank that we will kill him.
Ouch.
You know, because even as he was calling the family, he's telling the family that I've been stabbed, I've been beaten, I'm in pain. Pay, please pay so that I come back home. It's not even a question of I want to go to Europe. I just want to come back home because what I'm going through is difficult. But let's, like Okari would say, let's zoom out. It is a problem of desperation because in different jurisdictions in the continent, fellow Africans feel we cannot make it at home. We can only make it outside. So what are the African governments perhaps doing? What are our leaders doing to make it easy for especially young people to make it at home?
So long as people are desperate, Aseto, so long as people are desperate and the answers to this desperation are not being offered at home, we will have this problem. This is not going to go away. That people are going to use what may be G2G prepared arrangements to leave. But you know what?
They're leaving.
The same people who are leaving through a G2G arrangement and getting a visa and going is the same as the people who are getting on a boat and trying to cross the Mediterranean. It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
The same problems are being suffered by people on both sides. It just so happens that maybe this person on this other side can actually go get a passport. It's not using asylum papers to then get onto the other side. So until and unless governments, and we can name the countries, until and unless governments, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Mali, Chad, Mauritania,
Togo.
Western Sahel, Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, maybe not so much Burkina Faso today, but Burkina Faso, on the western side of things, Cameroon. If you want to come to the eastern side of things, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, Uganda. Until these governments, DR Congo, Congo Brazzaville,
Somalia.
Guinea, Somalia, until the governments do something that then does not make folks feel as though they will continue to wallow in poverty and that they can cross a raging sea to be able to get to a better life. Until that happens, we will continue to have this problem. We will. So let's just embrace it and say this is where we are. If we want to change it, let's change it.
Let's change
if
it. we
we don't want to change it, then sit pretty and continue with the complaints. This is what we're going to get. People dying in the sea, others kidnapping them, thinking that we're going to give them a job. That's what we're going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Remember, even at the time when we had this, I think it was the PS, Ministry of Immigration. That time we're having that discussion on Kazimaju.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember
the PS Diaspora Affairs.
Diaspora Affairs, yes.
And then
Yeah. Remember we're having that discussion on what is happening. I think it was in the Philippines island or something. And the discussion on how Kenyans live here with the idea that they're going to get better jobs, only to get there and you're being transitioned to being
a criminal,
a scammer.
Yeah.
You know, and as much as some are being repatriated back home, many more are leaving. You know, when I went to do my exams, I met many Kenyans there. But they're telling me I'm not coming back home. There is nothing for me to do back home. If I go back home, I am unable to make it. I will struggle here. I will do everything I need to make it here because there are opportunities here. Back home, there is nothing for me.
Wow. Well, that's something.
You know, this is a story. So imagine this gentleman coming back home and struggling here. What will they do? They will find a way of going back because they still have the visa to go back.
It's true. That's the reality of our day. And that's what exactly is happening. So we can complain about it, but until we're ready to do something about it, this is where we are.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to the top of the hour, but let me tell you really quickly why Kalonzo is the most sought-after politician. It's not me who said it, it's in the headlines. Once dismissed as indecisive and mocked as a watermelon, Kalonzo Musyoka has staged a stunning political comeback. Today, both President William Ruto and the opposition admit that the Wiper leader holds the key to State House. Not necessarily the one who's going to sit in the chair, but the one who is going to sway things, essentially is what they're saying. So maybe this thing of being called a red, juicy fruit is not necessarily a bad thing, because he could decide as a power broker who decides who gets into the presidency. They said he was a watermelon, but now there's a renewed respect, and it's a far cry for how he was treated just months ago. In February this year, President William Ruto condescendingly referred to Kalonzo as the Dengu man. Wow. Referencing green grams, one of the few crops that thrives in the relatively arid Ukambani region. Today, he's being called something else. And it looks as though whoever's going to get into State House is going to be duly influenced by one Kalonzo Musyoka. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, this is the Nyamweya. I'm Leah Ubaga. Members of Parliament have urged the Ministry of Education to direct school principals to recall students who have been sent home over delayed capitation payments, saying the continued absence of candidates from school threatens their readiness for upcoming national exams. In a session, the legislators said the administrative audits should not come at the expense of students' academic performance and exam preparedness. Nyeri County MP Rehab Mukami raised concerns over the timing of the verification, noting that sending Form 4 students home was affecting their exam preparation. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba informed the National Assembly that delays in capitation fund releases were caused by an ongoing audit that uncovered serious irregularities, including payments made to non-existent schools. Ogamba said an Auditor General's report had revealed that some schools receiving capitation funds actually did not exist. Archbishop Professor Eugene Kavune, president of the Peace Movement in Africa and advisor in Geneva, Switzerland, has urged the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to partner with churches on voter registration and public awareness to achieve the targeted numbers across the country. Kavune further said churches play a major role in society and there is need for IBC to intensify civic education, especially among unregistered youth. During the opening of the new Laikipia Peace Ambassadors CBO office, Archbishop Professor Kavune launched a renewed call for peace and civic responsibility in the region.
Serikali ikiongozwa na Daktari William Samuel Ruto tutangaze amani 47 county na tuhakikishe kura 2027 zinalindwa salama. Hiyo ndio lengo letu, na leo tumekuja hapa ni kusema kota ya uchaguzi ya novel perspective imekuwa hapa Nyahururu na tumefungua ofisi, tutasaidiana na wao tuhakikishe watu wamechukua vitambulisho, kwa sababu kama watu wachukua vitambulisho kura hakuna, kura zinakuwa kidogo. Ndio tunaomba kupitia kwa ofisi ya rais watukubalie tutembee 47 county, tutembee kwa makanisa, watoto wachukue vitambulisho.
And various political parties have officially begun campaigning for the November 27th by-elections after their candidates were approved by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Some of the candidates approved on Wednesday include Boyd Were, who is aiming to succeed his father in the Bondo the Kasipul constituency who were shot dead in Nairobi. Now, ODM leaders led by party MPs Abdul Swamad Sharif and Godfrey Osotsi, as well as its chairperson Gladys Wanga and ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, have vowed to use all political means to ensure that Boyd Were wins in the election.
So when you sit down to plan your campaign, know that these resources, the entire resources of the party, these are the resources of the party, are available for you. If there's a village somewhere with Maasai speaking people, let's send Ledama there to speak to them in their language. If there are Luya somewhere, send Osotsi and me there to speak in their language. Yeah. If you have which other? Somalis, kila mutu, kila kitu.
And others include Stanley Kenga of the DCP, who is aiming to compete his bid to unseat Harrison Kombe, whose election was annulled by the court. Stanley was the one who filed a case challenging Kombe's victory as the Magarini MP, and when he won the case, the UDA forced him to withdraw from the race before dropping him. The Lake Victoria Regional Commission has announced the initiation of a process to improve the security situation in the area following complaints of insecurity. Speaking at a meeting held in Kisumu and bringing together East Africa community ministers and their secretaries, the stakeholders led by the Permanent Secretary in the East African Community Affairs Department, Caroline Karugu, outlined plans to improve security around the lake.
The issue of maritime safety is one that has convened us here today, so that as partner states we can see what we can do to ensure that our Lake Victoria is safe for transportation, is safe for our fishermen, because amongst the people who perish, about 50% of these are fishermen. A lot of them are not documented because of the nature of fishing that is going on in the lake, and therefore these numbers could even be bigger than what is already documented.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL matches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Yeah, why? Tell me what is. Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there? How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this Thursday, the 9th of October, and getting into our conversations for this morning. If you're just tuning in, Dennis, Aseto, and Ndru with you this morning, and we're getting into a conversation looking into the state of maternal health care in the country and asking ourselves certain questions about what's going on, who's doing it, who is behind the scenes where all of this is concerned. Davis Okombo, PhD, is a researcher of global maternal health care, and he joins us in the studio this morning to have this conversation. Davis, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you here this morning.
It's a pleasure.
We're talking heavy things today, and quite something. Yeah. The whole Linda Jamii, Linda Mama conversation plays into this, but then we're also going to then be able to look at it on a global scale, but look at Kenya wide and say, okay, folks, we can say many things. It sounds nice to sometimes complain, but what's the real situation? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. But let's welcome you to the show with today's proverb. Dennis will share, and we'd love to hear your interpretation.
Yeah, our proverb today comes from Togo, now a country that is located between Ghana to the west, Benin to the east, and Burkina Faso to the north, with the Atlantic Ocean to the south. We talk about its economy, and the main exports include phosphates, cotton, coffee, and cocoa. Now, Port of Lome, one of the busiest ports in West Africa, serving as a trade hub for landlocked neighbors. Agriculture is equally huge for propelling the country's economy. Let's go to the proverb. A man does not know he has pepper in his eyes.
Thank you.
How would you define that?
Thank you so much, Dennis. It's a pleasure to be back here, and thank you for the proverb. Indeed, pepper contains a chemical compound known as capsaicin, and which causes adverse irritation when it comes into contact with human tissue or the tissue of any mammal. In this context, I believe that this proverb shows that we should look for red flags and warning signs in any policy or discussions that we have, because they can look very, very attractive and friendly, but ultimately we can experience the pain. And that's why, for instance, Shah looked the solution for everything, but right now everyone is crying. The cancer patients are not able to access a treatment, and now this is the pain, the pepper that we are experiencing in health financing in Kenya.
Yeah, it's the pepper we always saw, but you never know it was there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well,
very interesting.
Well said, yeah.
Indeed. And to be able to look at it like that is then we keep going back and touching our eye with this thing. But when it seems as though difficult to learn from it. So let's get into the conversation then even from that when we talk about maternal health care, we often just imagine that we're talking about a woman being delivered of her baby. But it would appear as though it covers a span of things. So let's go into what maternal health care actually is before we look at the state of that care in Kenya.
Well, thank you indeed for bringing the voice of women upon this table for discussion. And maternal health care, in my view, refers to the comprehensive health and well-being of a woman at the time of pregnancy, during child delivery, and also the postpartum period. It involves such measures like antenatal coverage, so that women are able to seek ANC coverage, issues like skilled birth attendance, with a view of ensuring that every pregnant woman and girl can get the best possible maternal outcomes.
Okay. And so what is the state of it in Kenya today? Every woman and girl. This is interesting because just last week we looked at, numbers of girls in a couple of counties who are getting pregnant below even maturity, in terms of physiological maturity. So if we're looking at girls in the hundreds of thousands, their bodies are not fully developed. And here they are going through a condition which essentially is physiologically altering, as well as there's a lot of burden, literally, and that's why you have to be delivered of a baby. So we have girls who are underdeveloped, who are getting pregnant, having children, who need this care as well. I mean, it goes across board. What is the state of this particular healthcare? Also taking into consideration that postpartum hemorrhage is the number one killer of women in this maternal space.
Maternal health care is a priority in sustainable development, and that is why the Sustainable Development Goal 3.1 seeks to lower maternal mortality rate to less than 70 deaths per 100,000 live births. And in the world today, it is estimated that up to 6,000 women die every day, and the statistics further show that a woman dies every 2 minutes in the world. And right here in Kenya, it is estimated that about 6,000 women die annually due to maternal causes, and the maternal mortality ratio in Kenya today is estimated at 355 deaths per 100,000 live births, which shows that Kenya lags behind in the fulfillment of the SDG 3.1. And this is really a worrying trend. There are many causes of maternal deaths in Kenya, and the leading cause, of course, is the postpartum hemorrhage, which is basically the bleeding that women can suffer during childbirth within 24 hours, and also up to 6 weeks. And we have lost many women to this condition. And also there is preeclampsia and also eclampsia, which is basically hypertensive disorders. And I have to say that these conditions that is causing high mortality among our women are preventable, and I call on the state to take concrete steps to address maternal mortality. We cannot afford to continue losing women. Pregnancy should never be a life-threatening situation in this country.
Dr. as we talk about the state and policies in place, a lot has been put in place, right? But all these policies require funding. All these require equipment and resources that will give this policy life, right? Yeah. You look at previous statistics, and Kenya was doing really well in terms of addressing maternal mortality in the country. But over time, we find that we are going back. We are stepping back into the old days when maternal mortality was going high. So in terms of the government just ensuring that we achieve the goals that we have set, what needs to be done? Because every other time you'll find, when you talk about PPH, the equipment that would help to deal with this matter as an emergency response are not there. Is it that we do not know? Is it that we are not taking such matters seriously? But then again, what must we do to remedy the situation?
I think it is very, very important to remind the people of Kenya that from 1963, when we attained independence, up to 1990, the per capita income in Kenya was higher than China. And during this period, our public hospitals, our public schools were the best. Every Kenyan wanted to attend a school. Every Kenyan wanted to go to a public hospital. But look where we are at this moment. From 1990, our public schools, our public hospitals have continued to decline in terms of service delivery. So where have we gone wrong? Now, back to your question, health financing is a priority if we want to improve our human development index. Now, if you compare what happens at the global scene, especially in the global north, you do realize that countries like Sweden and Germany and Switzerland and so forth that have managed to reduce maternal mortality rate to at least 4 deaths per 100,000 live births. They have invested heavily on healthcare. A country like Germany, for instance, allocates 12.11% of their GDP to finance healthcare. Now, look at what Kenya spends. It's only 4.3% of the GDP for health financing, and out of this 4.3% of GDP, nearly half is from private insurance and out-of-pocket payments. And therefore, I would wish to say that where we have gone wrong is in terms of underfunding of health in this country. Now, a lot has been said about investment in health facilities, and of course, since devolution, we have seen facilities increasing and so on. But the question is, are these facilities first properly equipped to manage obstetric emergencies? Number two, do we have skilled, properly motivated healthcare workers that can take care of these emergencies? It is indeed very sad when we see doctors and health workers going on strike because county governments are not able to pay them accordingly. It takes 7 years to train a doctor and a further 5 years for postgraduate studies, and then you find governors, not really taking care of doctors. So we need investment. We need policies that are concrete, and lastly, we need political will. If you look at Tanzania, President Mama Suluhu took upon herself even to call the provincial administrators whenever the rates of maternal mortality goes up, and this has led to a decline in those numbers. We would really call upon our First Lady, Mama Ruto, to take an initiative and lead this process for fighting for maternal health care the way our former First Lady, Mama Margaret, did in Beyond Zero campaign.
Okay. I want to go back and look at some of these numbers that you talked about. SDG 3, I think it was what you said, to reduce maternal deaths by a certain number, or at least the requirement was that you should have no more than 70,000. Was it 70,000?
70.
To reduce it to 70 deaths per 100,000 live
70
births.
deaths to 100,000 live births. But then you said that currently Kenya has how many deaths?
It's 355 deaths per 100,000 live births.
That's almost 5 times the, not even recommended. We can't say that there's recommended death, but even maybe the acceptable number because of flaws here and there. So that's 5 times that number. So 355 deaths to every 100,000 live ones, right?
Yes.
And the number that the SDGs say that you should play with is about a fifth of that. Yeah. What are the reasons behind these deaths? We know that postpartum hemorrhage is the largest one, and we've had conversations around that before. But what interventions would be needed to curb this number that are currently not available in Kenya? Why are so many women dying due to PPH? Why is that happening?
Thank you for your question, and indeed it is the wish of the people of Kenya to see a decline in the number of maternal mortality deaths. Now, first things first, we have to consider the question of health financing. Postpartum hemorrhage is a preventable cause of maternal death that if we train our health workers properly, they can be able to mitigate it at the health facilities level. We further need an investment in the equipment that we have. For instance, for postpartum hemorrhage, blood transfusion may help to save lives of our women. But if you consider the equipment that you need for blood transfusion, it is not possible to do that in level 1, level 2, and level 3 health facilities in Kenya. Such women have to be referred to level 4, 5, or level 6. And then there is the whole question of a social health insurance. It is indeed sad that we are leaving behind poor women in seeking health care in Kenya. For instance, for a woman to access maternal health care, they have to be registered with SHA. That is for level 1, 2, and 3. And for level 4, their premiums must be up to date. Now, if they are not able to fulfill these requirements, then the result is exclusion from the social health insurance, and this is what is also causing an increase in the number of deaths that we have. But lastly, let me also mention here very, very clearly that the number of births in health facilities have increased in Kenya up to about 80%. However, this has not translated into a decline in the number of deaths. Why? It is because we lack equipments in these hospitals. We have a deficit of medical supplies. You walk into hospital and you find supplies like oxytocin and so on are missing. This is really, really bad. We have to invest in the infrastructure of our facilities, but we also have to invest in the human capital. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need midwives that are properly skilled so that we can bring down these numbers.
You see, Dr. when we talk about healthcare and maternal health for that matter, there is always the question of affordability. You know, because let's look at the entire journey, and you need to have an OBGYN who carries you through. You need antenatal services. You need pretty much the entire ecosystem that will carry you through all the way to safe delivery. But you talk about an OBGYN that you would need to see frequently. That means you need money.
Yeah.
You couple that up with the fact that you go to most public hospitals and these are services that pretty much are not there. It is pretty much difficult for mothers to get these services. We talk about during delivery day and the need for, because of the possibility of bleeding, you need blood to be ready there. But now we look at even policies or decisions that have been made that some of areas where blood we used to be go out and say in high schools, the government now says that would not take place, which now speaks to our blood bank and the readiness of our hospitals to have these things are ready. So with everything that is playing around and it being expensive, which way Kenya, which way our mothers, which way maternal health?
Thank you very much, Dennis. First and foremost, health expenditure per capita in Kenya is $90.08 US. This is the most expensive in East and Central Africa. And the World Bank stated clearly that with the expenditure, with the health expenditure per capita of over $90, we would be able to achieve universal health coverage. So the question we ask ourselves: one, why is healthcare expensive in Kenya, and yet we don't see positive health outcomes? This brings us to the question of governance in health financing in Kenya. There is a lot of corruption in health sector, and that is why in many years in Kenya, the MOH, the Ministry of Health, has been seen as a lucrative ministry where the CS and the technocrats working there are cartels getting a lot of money. Look at the scandals at KEMSA and all that. So we have made healthcare to be too expensive for the people of Kenya. And that is why I call on the policymakers, please make healthcare affordable to the people of Kenya. Our legislators should look at our fiscal policies. Why is it that medical supplies all of a sudden have become very, very expensive? But that said, I would wish to call upon women of Kenya and Kenyans at large. Please let us register for SHA. Let us pay our premium so that the social health insurance can have adequate funds. And I also call for good governance in health financing, so that every shilling that Kenyans contribute is accountable for. We get value for it, because I believe that if people of Kenya can pay their premiums and get quality health care, nobody would even run to private hospitals if we can get really value for our money.
That's, it's interesting because, the last couple of days we've been talking about, really just being able to make sure that the health system is working. But I still want to go back to the nitty-gritty of some of this. And one of my questions to you was going to be, do we see, because previously we were told that a lot of births are still taking place in the traditional way. But now what you've told us is that 80% of all the births that are happening in this country are happening in a medical facility at whatever level. So we're going 2, 3, 4. That's the level of facility where 80% of Kenya's mothers are being delivered of their babies, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is that the medical equipment that is required for this to happen is wanting at these facilities. Okay, transfusion, you won't find that at level 2, but you can actually have a baby at a dispensary, right? If everything is normal, women can be in and out in a day or so. You at a level 3, you will not be able to find a transfusion machine in many of the hospitals there. And if we're having younger girls going in to have babies, we already know that physiologically they're not fully developed. The chances of obstructive labor then are higher in younger girls. So you would need to have the advanced equipment in order to deliver them of their babies. So because maternal death is not age, so long as you're a mother and there's a maternal death, that's maternal death. So it would be interesting to know those that are in policy making, policy intervention, are they aware that level 2, 3, 4s in many cases do not have the requirements to take care of a situation that may get complicated, that would lead to a maternal death? Because we could be here talking about it, but and I know it sounds almost escapist, but if we are not aware of the real situation on the ground, how can we make it better and reduce the number of deaths that we are seeing if folks don't even know that the equipment that's required for a delivery doesn't exist at a number of 2, 3, or 4s?
I would wish to say, without fear of contradiction, that the policy makers are aware of the inadequate equipment that exist in our health facilities from level 1 even to level 6. We really have a system in the government where they take stock of these equipments and supplies and so forth. And that is why we want to call for accountability. We want to call for concrete measures and commitments by the policy makers so that we can be able to prevent this deaths. I would also wish to state here that towards the goal to achieve universal health coverage, there are a number of legal frameworks that exist, and one is on the improvement of health facilities, and it gives powers to every health facilities to retain the revenue that they collect in order to improve those very facilities without surrendering the same to the county government. Therefore, I would call for a proper oversight of the public health facilities so that they can use the revenue that is generated by these facilities to improve on the supplies that they have and so on. And also, secondly, it is important to improve the referral system between the different levels of health facilities, so that where there are obstetric emergencies, for instance, then it is very easy to get emergency care, which would lead to a decline in the number of deaths that we see. And I'd also wish to call on the policy makers to be very serious on this issue of maternal mortality. If you look at the Kenya Demographic Health Survey report of 2022, which is very, very important, we should have all the data that we need so that we use scientific evidence for policy making. Do you know that 2022 KDHS survey report has no data on the national maternal mortality ratio? We don't have it.
How does that even happen?
Instead, they ended up providing the subnational rates across the country. Why are they running away from the facts that exist? And these are the policy gaps. And I wonder if women sit at the Bureau of Statistics and seeing all this malpractice happening, and nobody comes up to say no. So the current statistics that we rely on is the 2009 census and also the 2019 census. And deaths and births are registered every day in Kenya. Why can't the government supply this data so that it can be used for policy formulation? Look, for example, at the requirement of SHA registration. Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya provides for, the highest attainable standard of healthcare. Why must we have a card, a number, to get access to maternal health care. And yet women of Kenya have identification documents recognized by the constitution. Why can a woman walk to hospital with her identity card and get maternal health care service? These are the policy gaps that we say we need to fill them, and Kenya needs to respect the rights of women.
But it was happening under Beyond Zero. Women would walk to facilities pregnant to be delivered of babies, and what they had to show was their ID. This happened in Kenya, and it was paid for. And they would have their babies be given a care package at the end of the 2-3 days, however many they stayed in hospital, barring all complications, that they stayed and got this care, a package with the cotton wool that they needed, maybe a few diapers for baby, and, sanitary, care for the mother, a package of salt. Those things happened just about 3-4 years ago in Kenya. And there are people who give us their testimony that actually happened, and they didn't pay a cent for that. How did it happen under that, and why wouldn't that be carried on till now? You're in this space, so do a comparison for us in terms of what happened then and what's happening now. Are women having to pay for this? Can they not walk into a facility and get care with an ID? Why would things change? They told us that they didn't change, they did not end Linda Mama, that what they did was, I can't remember the word that they used, but they tweaked it a little bit for it to be even better. Enhance, that's the word, enhance. Is that the case?
Well, I don't think so. There are a lot of gaps in this policy which we want to talk about, and hopefully they will be bridged. Kenya indeed made an effort in the former regime to promote free maternity services, which was later named Linda Mama. And all this were being provided under the former NHIF package, and the state actually met those very, very costs. Now entered SHA into the picture, and we were told that Linda Mama was now enhanced and incorporated into the SHA and so on. But now there are certain challenges that women face. Number one, for level 1 to level 3 of health facilities in Kenya, a woman needs SHA registration to get those services, which are then paid from the primary health care fund of established under SHA, and that is okay. They do not have to pay. However, at level 4 and level 5, women must have paid premiums and comply fully, which means that if you do not, then you now incur very expensive out-of-pocket payments, which has led, again, to the illegal and unconstitutional detention of mothers and their newborn children, which violate the constitution. And these women are being detained in public hospitals. For instance, we've had cases at Thika level 4 where a woman had to be detained, and also here in Nairobi. And I thank Standard Group for highlighting such cases. Why is childbirth being seen as a prison sentence, and putting women, locking them up in hospital because they cannot pay? Therefore, I would say that in order for SHA to make maternal health care inclusive and leave no woman behind, I think they should do away with this condition that they must be fully paid up and that they must have the registration. The fact that a woman can present her identification card, in my view, is sufficient evidence that this woman or this girl is a Kenyan and therefore require health services.
You see, when you talk about such, Dr., you've mentioned critical matters here, and that would have to do with the omission of data. And one would look at why a government would intentionally omit data that would help them come up with policy that would address the gaps that do exist. It does not make any sense, because data informs decision. And that decision would either, one, if you omit it, would not help you in improving the healthcare of the country because you're using with the data that is skewed. Why would a government or a ministry do that is question number one. Number two, we've talked about investment, but I want to look at investment in terms of human capital in our hospitals. I remember there's a time we had a conversation here with midwives and how even traditional birth attendants are being inculcated and being modernized to be able to handle delivery easily in a professional way, or even be the contact persons to hospitals. But this calls for investment and training of our personnel. But remember, we live at a time where our great brains in the health sector are being taken outside this country to go serve other nations. Now, couple that there is brain drain in the country, and then we also have the omission of data that would help us train more attendants that we need. And then we also have doctors who are on strike. We are not doing anything to ease in the situation. So in terms of policy, protecting brain drain, training more, are we in the right track?
Thank you. I think first on the question of data, I think the government needs to really enhance its data collection and analysis and so on. You do realize that 2019 national census, they had a lot of concerns until the High Court had to make certain determinations and so forth, which shows that someone somewhere did not deliver to the people of Kenya. So I know that there has been a practice sometimes of manipulating data and so on and so forth, which we say is wrong. And I take this opportunity to call on the state to ensure that we have data that is disaggregated by gender, by age, and so on, so that it can help in policy formulation. In terms of human capital, I would address it at two levels. Level one, in terms of human development index, there are three indicators on health, which is measured via life expectancy, education, and also real per capita of GDP. And I would like to state that studies have shown that an investment in healthcare leads to an increase in GDP, and therefore healthcare financing should not be seen as a liability, but the government should understand that when people are healthy, they become productive, and they also don't incur a lot of out of pocket payments. Now, at the other level, it is important that we are not doing much to improve our human capital. The ratio of patient to doctor in Kenya has not met the WHO threshold. This is further worsened by the fact that most of our healthcare workers are going abroad to work because they get better paid and so on. Therefore, I would wish to call upon our government to ensure that we develop the capacity. We do offer a lot of emergency and obstetric care training for our healthcare workers. This is really, really important that we should invest in that. We should treat our healthcare workers with a lot of dignity. These people are saving the lives of Kenya, and we should not treat them as if they do not matter at all. So I would call for a proper review of our human capital. You know, it's so shameful that in Kenya today, when a medical doctor graduates from the university, from medical school, there is no guarantee that they would be absorbed in public service. So they end up working in private hospitals and so on. So we need a proper review, and the MOH should be the leading actor in all this process, so that we have a healthy nation and a working nation.
Okay, so usually when we see large numbers, and of course going back to the numbers, when we see large numbers like that in any kind of jurisdiction, one is going to want to look and do an audit of those numbers and say, okay, this is the reason why this has happened. In order for us to curb this from happening again in the future, let's see if we can look at the root cause and then sort that out. Do we see that kind of interrogation? Do we see that kind of questioning around if there is one death and it happened due to, obstetric obstruction? Whatever the case, are we looking at ways in which this can be sorted out? And it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the medical practitioner, but the equipment itself or the lack of equipment. I mean, if we say that in this level 2 hospital in wherever county, that we see that 3 or 4 deaths have taken place in a year because we don't have this thing, do we see that there is direct intervention of the particular thing to be sorted out? Or are we still being very, average or overlooking things instead of being deliberate in the details?
I would like to share a best practice from the Republic of Tanzania and compare it with what is happening in Kenya. In Tanzania, as I have mentioned, President Suluhu demonstrated political will, probably because she's a woman and therefore issues of maternal health is key to her. In Tanzania, if a maternal death occurs, then it is said that there is a peer review of that condition. The
Even
doctors, they sit down, they have a Zoom meeting to find out what happened and how this could be prevented. It is on record that President of Tanzania would even call the regional, the provincial administrators in areas where maternal mortality is rising. And you see, when that happens, there is accountability, there is a responsibility, and there is also mitigation measures that take place. But now, look at what happens in Kenya. In 2022, Kenya Demographic Health Survey report was published, as I have mentioned before. However, the national maternal mortality ratio was not captured. But what happens is that in every county, they stated the main causes of these maternal deaths and so on. I would give you example of areas in the Lake region that is around Kisumu and so on. The report mentioned the high prevalence of malaria as one of the diseases that lead to maternal deaths in this region, and also HIV, which leads to immunosuppression and so forth. In other regions, like in communities that practice female genital mutilation, like our brothers in the northeastern, and also in Kisii, where FGM is very, very rampant, a lot of women are predisposed to antepartum hemorrhage and also postpartum hemorrhage and obstructed labor due to FGM. So all these have been factored, and it is important that we now translate this data into policies, into action, so that every county can formulate measures of how to address the issues of maternal death.
Because it's not political. This is actually an issue of 1 + 1 = 2. Given the example that you've given before, now we have, whereas the numbers were quite pathetic before, we now have, of all births in the country, 80% of them are happening at a medical facility. Whether you want to say 2, 3, 4, they are in a controlled space. That is very different from how it was before. At least this pregnancy is being taken care of. This delivery is being attended to in a controlled space where there is at least one medical practitioner, at least one, whether it is a clinical officer, whether it is a midwife, nurse, it's happening in a medical facility. This happened as a result of campaigns that took place. Quite fervent campaigns went into the villages. People went into semi-urban, even urban, and then also rural areas, and said, no, mama, we need you to go and deliver your baby in a medical facility. It went on for a long period of time. then the awareness was something that was palpable, and people said, no, when it's almost time for this woman to have a baby, we take her, or when she has gone into labor, we take her to a medical facility. We can make the payment happen. It took time, but it happened. This policy that we are talking about is not a magical thing. We have to start, whereby we start to say, you know what? These deaths that we are seeing of 355 per 100,000 live births, we need to reduce that number significantly. The only way that we're going to do that is to ensure this hospital, like you say, the peer review, this hospital where there was no transfusion equipment, let us put transfusion equipment in that hospital. Let's start there. No politicization of the thing, no talking about castles in the sky. Take the transfusion machine, put it in the hospital. For me, I see it as basic as that. Instead of sitting in boardrooms and going in and spending money on per diems and hotels about how we need to we do reports and bind them in glossy paper, instead of just saying, no guys, transfusion machine, move it, put it there. We can see that those will reveal results. Why don't we get to the nitty gritty?
I agree with you. One of the fundamental reasons why pregnant women undergo antenatal care coverage is to determine the maternal risk that can occur. For instance, preeclampsia and eclampsia, these hypertensive disorders, can easily be detected. Those red flags can be seen when women go through the ANC visits, and also the obstetric history, which is determined at the ANC visits, can show, for instance, if a woman had suffered postpartum hemorrhage before, and which predisposes this particular woman to a recurrent of the same issues like anemia and so on. And therefore, the ANC is the first step that we can use to identify, those maternal risks. And therefore, those women whose ANC profiles and baseline data have been gathered should be profiled, and then at the time of delivery we should ensure that they can go to those facilities that are properly equipped. And that is why it calls for a political will. Do you know, for instance, that in certain facilities in rural Kenya, to get an ambulance is a big problem?
Even in urban,
so imagine women on labor have to sit on a motorbike taxi going to the hospital, or they have to walk, and yet our county governments have money allocated. Why can't they provide all these emergency services to women? And that's why I say that patriarchy is a big threat. It undermines women empowerment in this country. And
can you make a connection between not wanting to provide the medical equipment that's needed for a woman to have her baby and the patriarchy to say that somebody is going to deliberately, whether it's consciously or not, stop these things from happening because they don't know or they don't recognize the matriarchy?
In developed countries like Germany, for instance, pregnancy is taken very seriously, even by men, and they also accompany the women to the ANC coverage, even at the time of childbirth. Men in Germany sit around delivery room to experience that, but in Kenya, men would sit somewhere in the city taking beer and nyama choma, waiting for a phone call if the baby has come. And the question is it a boy or a girl? And secondly, when it comes to decision making, who makes a decision for a woman, for example, to attend ANC in a particular a health facility? So when I talk about patriarchy, I talk about the autonomy, the right of the women to make independent decisions. At a higher level, we have to ask ourselves how many women sit in decision-making process when maternal health issues are being discussed. We have to ask ourselves this question. Look at the structure of the MOH. The CS is a man. The PS is a man. The director of health services in Kenya is a man.
Well, there's one PS who's a woman. But okay.
And if you go down, it's men who make decisions and yet they never experience labor pain. We men, Dennis and I, have never experienced that. So making such decisions become difficult. So we need more women in decision-making table, so that we as women and feminists can bring our voices into the table.
Dr. So in terms of that then, we've looked at where the problem is. We've seen in terms of even formation of decision makers that women need to be included. But say today, from moving forward, what can we do to just say we are improving the situation of maternal health in the country? We've talked about the problems. What is the solution?
Well, I would propose the following. One, we need to enhance health financing in general, not just for maternal health care, but health, because remember, some of these causes like malaria and HIV and so on are broad health issues that need to be looked into. Secondly, a lot of studies have shown that there is need for good governance of health financing. We need a review of SHA, for example, so that we can have proper governance and efficient use of resources. It doesn't mean that Kenya doesn't have funds. Yes, we have funds that, if used properly with accountability and with zero corruption, then we can be able to improve this. I also think it is really, really important to invest a lot in research and development, so that in each county that faces different levels of maternal deaths and so on, we can have measures that can be able to address the increasing numbers of women dying from maternal causes.
Indeed, to always look towards solutions and to make sure that these conversations are out there and not silent. Davis Akombo, PhD, is a researcher at Global Maternal Healthcare and has joined us in this conversation this morning. Strides have been made. There's a lot more work to be done, and we must keep pushing the agenda. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Davis. Always good to have you. Good morning. More conversations continue as we go along. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. From around the world, 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leo Ubaga. Education CS Julius Agamba and WASU officials are set to meet today to discuss the 7.9 billion shillings arrears that's being demanded by the lecturers. Migos said the court had ordered the government to hold talks with the WASU and KUSU to resolve the current impasse in the implementation of various collective bargaining agreements. However, Migos said the government has already met some of the demands raised by the two unions, stressing the need for talks to end the strike, which is now in its fourth week.
The court allowed the parties to hold a meeting on the 9th of October 2025, which is tomorrow, with a view to addressing the matters of the 2017-2021 CBA. Mr. Speaker, it should be clear that the most of the issues raised by the unions have been addressed. The 2021-2025 CBA is being implemented as agreed, and the government is ready to start negotiations for the 2025-2029 CBA. The issue of the balance under the 2017-2021 CBA necessarily requires an objective verification process to ascertain what is actually owed. The government is committed to this process.
Meanwhile, Migos said the government has distributed part of the funds to finance studies, while the remaining part of the funds is expected to be sent to schools soon.
Mr. Speaker, as at the 7th of October 2025, the ministry has verified a total of 39,752 primary, junior, senior, and special needs education institutions across the country, with a total of 9,430,139 learners. Capitation has been released to these institutions. Mr. Speaker, so far, for secondary schools, the ministry has released a total of 10 billion Kenya shillings out of an allocation of 10.3 billion, which makes 96% of funds released to secondary schools.
And Kenyatta National Hospital has reported a sharp increase in critically ill patients as ongoing industrial action in Kiambu and Nairobi counties cripples public health facilities, forcing the National Referral Hospital to bear the brunt of urgent medical cases. In a statement, Acting CEO Dr. Richard Lesiampe said the surge in critically ill patients has placed immense pressure on the hospital's maternity and newborn units, which are operating at more than double their normal capacity. The increased patient load has strained essential hospital services, including operating theatres, the blood bank, and diagnostic departments. KNH staff are working around the clock to provide care, but resources are stretched to the limit as the number of critically ill patients continues to rise. Dr. Lesiampe said the maternity department, particularly the labour ward and newborn unit, has been hardest hit. Many mothers and newborns are arriving in critical condition, resulting in some adverse health outcomes despite the hospital's best efforts. The Nyamweya County government has initiated a process to provide digital training to youth to enable them to make a living from online jobs. Speaking during the graduation ceremony of 21 of them who have been undergoing the training for a month now, the county governor, Amos Nyaribo, said the training will greatly benefit them, especially by creating job opportunities.
By equipping our youth with digital skills, we are working to reduce article poverty in Nyamweya from 7.6% to our ambitious target of 3%. Therefore, with 32 workstations, we will train 30 students monthly.
And in addition, some of the youths who have benefited from the training have approved the program, saying it will benefit them greatly in life.
We are privileged to be the graduates of the day. We are the first cohort in the history of this great county, and we thank you, Your Excellency, for this great milestone.
I'm so grateful to the governor for allowing us to have this opportunity. So it has been 1 month down the line, and the skills that we emerged was not skills that could have been gotten anyhowly.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life
that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room.
It is now 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It is the Situation Room this Thursday, the 9th of October. Getting into some conversations to continue into looking into the state of the economy and what it actually looks like. You're going to like who's here in the studio this morning. Perhaps, and I already chided him earlier on, and the last time we saw him or had a conversation with him was one of a political nature, and things were very, very different then. But now we have a different conversation with Ndiritu Mureithi, who is the chairman of the Kenya Revenue Authority, and still, even today, an economist.
Oh, indeed. I mean, well, economist by profession. So even when I have been saying frontline politics, or back in the private sector doing advisory work, both for private sector but also for public, economist.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
You're wearing a different hat now.
An additional hat, yes.
An additional hat.
An additional hat is what I would say. Many of my regular hats are still on.
Okay.
You know, I write. Many people don't know that I write a weekly column on the state of the economy, on economic matters. My actual work, my professional work, is that I'm partner at Okoh Capital. We are an advisory firm. We advise companies, we advise governments. Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you all the same.
Thank you.
And I know we're getting into this conversation this morning. We're going to be looking to the state of the economy, and whether we like it or not, it's tied in one way or another to the political arena.
Without doubt.
Without doubt. All right. So even as we do, Dennis is going to welcome you to today's proverb. That hasn't changed.
Yeah. So the proverb today comes from Togo, a country bordered by Ghana, Burkina Faso, and the Atlantic Ocean. But let's look at the economy, an area you like, right? So their main exports include phosphates, cotton, coffee, and cocoa. And
this is Togo.
Togo, yes. Togo.
Okay.
And it is one of the world's top producers of phosphate, but agriculture as well employs 60% of the population, and that helps in pushing the country's economy. And some of the products that they grow: maize, yams, cassava, and millet. But today, they're giving us a proverb as well. A man does not know he has pepper in his eyes. How would you interpret that?
How would he not? I mean, pepper, his eyes would be tearing, would they not? If he had pepper in his eyes, how would I interpret? that perhaps human beings we can often be pointing to the other person. Like that. Is it in the Bible that the log in your eye before the speck in your neighbor's?
Yeah.
I would liken it to that perhaps human beings, we see problems or we externalize problems. So we'll point to Dennis, we'll point to Nderito, but not ourselves. That would be my interpretation.
Yeah, so we have pepper in our eyes, but all we are seeing is the ones on those eyes.
Maybe it's even sugar, and we are saying
it's pepper.
Exactly.
Look, there's something there, and it is sugar.
Yeah. I think the proverb speaks on looking inwards.
Indeed.
Sort ourselves first before others,
Right. Okay. So, I mean, again, thank you for being here. I mean, it's been easily 3 years since we had this conversation.
No way.
I kid you not.
No
Nderito.
way. It cannot
way.
be.
Imagine way. I'm telling you.
It cannot. Okay, here is my recollection.
Okay, here we go.
Here's my recollection. 2023, I'm in the Situation Room several times. Including one colorful, shall I call it color? One time that we're doing Maandamano, and I had been arrested twice in Nyahururu for Maandamano.
This was 2023. You're right. So that's for 2 years. Okay.
Yeah. Then 2024, again in the Situation Room. I remember one time because we were talking. I had just come from Sri Lanka because I was advising Parliament of Sri Lanka on public debt oversight, or how to improve public debt oversight. And I recall us talking about comparing what they're doing in Sri Lanka and what Kenya is doing, and perhaps the role of the parliamentary committee.
Maybe I wasn't here.
It's what I will admit to, since I have won the heart of
Chairman of the Kenya Revenue Authority.
I have noticed one or two of my friends have, gone easy. They're not sure whether.
Can we talk to him or not?
Is he going to start saying, where is your PIN? Can I check whether you have...
I was half waiting for you to ask us the question when you came this morning.
I hope you did not check before coming.
No, I did no such thing. I was really happy to be here. And look forward to the conversation.
All right, well, let's jump into it, shall we? Because there's a sea of raging waters.
Okay.
So... And I'm going to have to do this. That when you were governor of Laikipia County, and your thoughts and words were always around things that needed to be done to increase not just the outlook of the economy, but the capacity of the economy to operate, whether it was where it's domiciled geographically, but then also with a global outlook on how the economy then needed to do better. And there were things that you talked about all the time in terms of units of measure to say, this is where an economy should be going. This is what a tax regime ought to look like.
Indeed.
This is what the government of the day must do. Has that changed now with your appointment as the chairman of the Kenya Revenue Authority in terms of what you say needs to be done for an economy to operate?
Absolutely
Taking into
not.
consideration the political skew that this has.
Absolutely not. I mean, being chair of KRA, first let me put it in its context that last year being 2024, a number of us from the Azimio side joined government in the aftermath of the Gen Z revolution, shall I call it. By the way, it must have been last year also, because I
You're not
recall...
going to let it go, are you?
No, okay, let me let it go. But I recall, I was living here and your sister station said to me, can we talk to you for a moment? And they said, what do you say to young people?
Okay, well, you must be right then.
Yes, and I said to them, you are powerful beyond measure. And it came to pass. So, a number of us joined government. It is an opportunity to do those things that we have been saying should be done. it is an opportunity to be, first of all, to do, but also to provide advice at close quarter. So for me as chair of CARE, it's an opportunity to do the things that I kept on saying should be done, to turn Kenya Revenue Authority into Kenya Revenue Service, to be much, much more focused on the customer, to expand the tax base so that the weight is not just on formal companies and people who have a pay slip.
Yeah.
And those are, in fact, the things that I am pursuing as chair of KRA. So
Right.
tax-based expansion. For instance, you will have had, I'm sure, in the last month or two, my management at KRA talking about the agency model, that we are looking to get as many as 10,000 agents this year, and that will continue. And we are not reinventing the wheel. We're doing what leading Kenyan corporates do. If you look at leading Kenyan banks, from Cooperative Bank, KCB, Equity, and so on, if you look at leading telcos like Safaricom, the model that has worked is an agency model, so that in every village, there's a touch point. Today, we have barely 146 service points, including Huduma centers. But that's not enough, in my view, to reach Kenyans. We need that in wherever you live, if you need, not if you need, because you need, that we are close to you.
Okay, so
in addition, of course, using technology. So you will see, for example, now you can reach us on WhatsApp. You can do a lot of stuff with us on WhatsApp. You can reach us on USSD. So *222#, and again a whole raft of services, and that's the direction we'll continue. So it has not changed. It is an opportunity for us to do those things. You will have seen me, for example, arguing this week in my column about credit rating of Kenya.
Right.
That I believe we actually must argue for an investment grade credit rating. And going back to when I was getting Laikipia rated by GCR, which is now part of Moody's, the same conversation that let us have objectivity in the assessment of this economy and its attractiveness or lack thereof for investors. Let us have a sort of independent, objective assessment on this country's ability to service its debt and so on and so on. And so it's an opportunity for me and for my colleagues for us to do those things that we are saying should be done. Zero-based budgeting, which was one of our big ideas in Azimio, partially implemented during this budget cycle, with the full expectation that is, with I'm talking about 2020, 24-25 budget. Zero-based budgeting was partially implemented. In the 25-26, a bit better. In the budget cycle that we have begun now, which is now for next year, 26-27, we expect zero-based budgeting will be in full force.
Okay. Do you think, and because when we talk about the economy and we look at the responsibility that the economy has essentially to push the nation forward, when it comes to then your spend and your save and your payment of debt, for Kenya, is too much pressure put on the shoulders of KRA? And I ask this because when budgets are being made, we are told that in order to finance this budget, we are depending on the monies that KRA collects, and then we are going to borrow to meet the shortfall. Yes?
How is it that we say in church? To he who whatever
much is given,
much is expected. So is it too much pressure on KRA? I don't think so. We do, however, in our conversations with our colleagues at Treasury, push for better estimation of revenue, realistic estimation of revenue. Now, remember what happens, colleagues. And I really would like to encourage Kenyans to be engaging earlier in the budget cycle, like now.
Like now.
Yes, exactly. Because the way we budget goes, we start with the budget review and outlook paper. Budget review meaning let's look backwards and say what happened last year. Outlook, let us look to the future to see what is our expectation of the economy. How much growth are we expecting? What do we expect inflation to be, and so on and so on. And on the basis of that, we estimate we are going, for example, this cycle, to raise 2.95 trillion shillings. That is based on our estimation of growth. So economic activity, how much economic activity do we expect will be there, and so on. So KRA is unique in the sense that it is the only organization constitutionally and legally that does what we do. So it's a bit of a unique institution. And by the way, we sit on the security committee. So my CEO goes to or sits because in the security committee, because we are also responsible for border control, which is actually a security function. But deeper than that, without taxes, there is no state. So I don't think that it is too much responsibility, but I do think our estimation of revenue needs to be tapered, particularly from the political side. Because remember, this budget, as we are going through the budget cycle, and it will go to Parliament, MPs will be saying, what about my project? My road is not in the budget, my road needs, and so on. And that tends to increase the pressure for expenditure. And therefore, that pressure is passed through that, okay, can you guys collect a bit more? So that we can
Kenyans start to feel as though KRA is a predatory agency as opposed to the servitude that you talk about. And that's where I was going with that. Because if that pressure is put on the shoulders, okay, KRA, go out and get a little bit more, then the way in which they go about it doesn't give Kenyans the look that this is actually a friendly agency who's just trying to help you do what you should do with Caesar.
Indeed. Two things, though, we should separate. First is the policy measures. Kizungu mingi, what am I really trying to be? You see, the finance bill usually says, change this tax from here to here. Change this other one from here to here. This is what we are going to exempt, and so on and so on. So those are policy measures. Those are proposed by the executive, by National Treasury, enacted by the National Assembly. Once they are enacted, then it is our responsibility to go and collect. So that now, and just in the headlines, there is this story here about what the World Bank thinks should be excise duty and VAT. The determination of what is the level of VAT is not really up to me and my team. That determination is up to Treasury and the National Assembly. Once they determine, then our responsibility is to collect. And yes, we must collect in a way that is efficient, in a way that does not put Kenyans into difficulty, in a way that does not inconvenience our businesses. We must collect in the most efficient way possible, and that's what we endeavor to do.
Doritu, so you've mentioned something to do with growth, the economy and its growth, and being someone that sits inside.
Yes.
How is it?
Has been struggling, is on the rebound. Has been struggling, is on the rebound. What objective measure can you use? Maybe we can rely on the Purchasing Managers Index, which is an objective survey done by Stanbic following global, the PMI is done in many countries. It's a survey of the top 500 companies asking them, are you hiring? Do you expect to hire? How are your orders going? And so on. And for the first time in many, many months, this September, the PMI index is above 50%. So the majority of Kenyan large companies are saying they are experiencing higher orders, and they expect those higher orders to continue over the next quarter, and that is good news. A majority of Kenyan large companies are saying they are hiring. Okay. For many months, when they were asked, "Are you hiring?" they would say, "No, we are letting off staff." Now they are hiring. Another objective measure you can look at is credit to private sector. That, if you went back to January, it was contracting, month on month or quarter on quarter. It was like -2, meaning the money that is being lent, to private sector is actually shrinking. Now, if you look at last September, central bank reports a 5% expansion of credit to private sector. Is it where we want it to be? Absolutely not. Personally, I want to see the growth of credit to private sector at above 15%. Because I think that's the only way we will really have sustained economic recovery. So, it's on the mend. It's not where we want it to
be.
But
even as the economy continues to grow, Kenyan out here would say, "I'm not feeling it."
Absolutely.
Kenyan would say, it is good talk that is coming from the people who understand it. But on a personal level, my pocket is empty. As well as Kenyans don't understand the big language. So we need to break down for them.
Dennis, I disagree with you completely. Kenyans understand. Kenyans absolutely understand and are saying exactly as it is. That you, Nderito, and you government folks, you're telling us inflation is low, but I'm not feeling the money in my pocket. And that is actually factual, Dennis. You know why? There is a transmission mechanism. When inflation is low, central bank then lowers interest rates so that companies can borrow to expand.
But that's not happening.
Exactly. Exactly.
Banks are not lowering their rates.
Exactly. And that's what Kenyans are saying. That, look, the transmission mechanism is not working. The central bank agrees with Kenyans that the transmission mechanism is not working properly. That is why yesterday, they lowered the central bank rate yet again for the 9th time in a row, trying to signal and push banks to lend more to the private sector. I'll tell you what I, as Nderito Muriithi, what my advice that I have proffered. Is that English?
Well, it sounds nice, so we can use it.
My advice, what I have said to my seniors at Treasury, and is like this. It is time for government to consider borrowing directly from Kenyans. Because you know how it is. Banks take deposits from Kenyans. They pay you maybe 1%, if that, or 2% on your savings. They take those deposits, that's what they lend to government at 15%. I think government should use technology today and borrow directly from Kenyans. Now, mobile money platforms are moving 3 times the GDP. They are moving something like 45 trillion per year.
Yes.
So, at that rate, Kenyans could probably lend government half of what it needs in a whole year in maybe an hour or two. So that monetary policy can be freed, if I can use that word, from the chokehold that banks have on them. Banks are not, but granted, it has gone up 5%, coming from -2. In January, you see, if you take all the total loans to private sector, and then you check, are they growing? Are they declining? In January, they were declining by -2%. Now, in September, they have grown at 5%, meaning we are moving in the right direction, but not with the speed desired, certainly by us on the policy-making side, and certainly by Kenyans.
Right.
And I think, anyway, I strongly believe that if the Monetary Authority and Treasury were to agree to borrow directly from Kenyans and run away from these banks, then the banks would be forced to go and lend the private sector, which is what they should have been doing in the first place, and boost. And once they do that, then money will get to our pockets.
Why are they not agreeing?
Well, for 2 reasons. One, they continue to get good returns from lending to government. That's why my advice is that government stop borrowing from these banks, borrow from Kenyans, borrow from Kenyans, so that banks do what they are supposed to do, which is lend the private sector.
Okay, so we've easily seen in the last 3 to 5 years that commodity prices have increased significantly. That what you were able to purchase, you're still able to purchase it, but you're doing so at a highly inflated price. Now, I'm not talking about government interventions for things like unga, for the endless story that we hear that we've made unga 100 shillings. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying for 1,000 shillings, what you're able to buy 5 years ago has decreased in value over the same 1,000 shillings.
Indeed.
Now, what mechanisms will be put in place to make that better? Because the basic question for Kenyans today is, when am I going to be able to afford food? And Dorito, we're talking about basic things here. A 3-meal-a-day family is a rarity in Kenya today. And we are talking about taxes that are applied to commodities, services, goods coming in and out of the country. And the person who bears the brunt of all of this conversation is the person who has to remove the shilling from their pocket to purchase.
A couple of things to say in response. First, it is true. If you look at our data, government data, look at the economic survey, it is clear real wages is exactly what you've described. That, if I have 1,000 shillings, what can it get me? What can I buy with it? And the reality is that real wages had declined from 2019, which is the recent peak. If you say recent, like over the last decade or so, when did real wages peak? They peaked at 2019. After COVID, or during COVID and after COVID, they have continued to decline. Up until 2023. In 2024, we have seen about four sectors where real wages have begun to come up. But you see what it means. If you are down, say, 18%, which was the case, for example, for agricultural workers, their real wages were down about 16-17%. Even when you recover 3%, you're still in the hole. Right. Even if you recover 10%, you'll still be in the hole. You have to recover the entire 16% in order to be at par with where you were some time ago. And then only after that will your standard of living actually start improving. And that's what Kenyans are saying. So, Dennis, Kenyans are being quite factual that the recovery has not yet gotten us from the hole we've been in into now improvements in our standard of living. Will it get there? The answer is yes. Can it get there faster? If we are able to get banks to do what they're supposed to do, which is intermediate credit to private sector, then we can get there faster. If they refuse what we do, my advice to my own seniors in government is that we stop borrowing from banks and borrow from Kenyans, because the money that banks lend to government is our deposits. And the technology exists. The experiments or the, government, whatever, even large companies, they like to pilot. Has the pilots been? Yes. Emakiba. Government has previously sold its debt or borrowed in very small amounts in a bond called Emakiba. So it is there. The central bank itself has DAO CDS, meaning you can trade these securities online. So the technology exists. It is possible for us to do it and rid ourselves of this chokehold that our friends in the commercial banks have on us.
Because that translates to then folks not having enough money in their pocket, from what you're saying.
It translates into two things. Your income has not recovered enough so that the basket of goods you can buy with your 1,000 or whatever, with your 10, it has not recovered sufficiently. And that's why Kenyans are saying, yeah, we hear you, but in my pocket, bado, iko shida.
But even as you talk about slow recovery and Kenyans saying bado mfuko yangu iko vibaya, there is also the aspect of the budget policy that you've just mentioned, Treasury coming in with a finance bill and all that, and the need for KRA to collect more, right? And as that happens, you hear Kenyans say, as much as we need to collect, we have been doing that every other time. But perhaps it's time for government as well to look on the expenditure side of things. And KRA being an important partner in budget policy, I'm assuming you get consulted when these things do happen. Are these conversations that are on the table in terms of, as much as we're supposed to collect more, perhaps government needs to look at expenditure?
Well, indeed, government needs to look at expenditure much more successfully. I say much more successfully because if you look at policy papers, we are always talking about fiscal consolidation. Basically, it's about, rationalizing the expenditure side. I would like to say that it is my view that we are not really debating the expenditure side as much as we should, as Kenyans, as parliamentarians, we are not really debating the expenditure side enough. We only debate the finance bill, and the finance bill is generally an outcome of a budgeting process. which has already begun. So if you look at, I don't know what measure you can use, debates or stories in the newspapers or I don't know what, you will not hear people commenting on the budget review and outlook paper. And it is already out, which says, this is what happened last year. This is where we think we are going with this. And hence why we think this year we will collect 2.95 trillion. In another month, next month, November, the next step of the budget, which is the budget policy statement, which is where the overall budget estimates are included. Again, nobody pays attention to it. Yet this is really where we should debate, whether the things that are in there are the ones we want. Then that will translate in February, into the debt management strategy and so on. All of these instruments, at each point, they go to the National Assembly, but you don't hear the debate. Only in around May, when the outcome, one of the outcomes, which is the finance bill, now gets really big national debate.
When the baby has already been born. And so you're saying we should have done a scan and seen if there was an issue.
The born, yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, then perhaps when you talk about Kenya, then it's been said by the folks who crunch the numbers and come out in the civil space that Kenya doesn't have a revenue problem.
We have
has an expenditure problem. And unfortunately, this expenditure issue is handled by the minority of individuals who sit in government. That today, it is not the Kenyan that we're asking to debate about these issues who has a problem with how they spend this money that could go to other things. It's the minority of less than 2,000 people. Imagine that.
I would agree with
2,000 people against 55 million, whereby a certain amount of money is being spent without taking the consideration of Kenyans as how they spend this money.
Give me a moment.
Because how do you explain that you budget for money that you don't have? For us, if I'm in my house, I say I have 2,000 shillings. This is what I know I have. Now let me cut my coat according to this 2,000 shillings. But look at the budget. The policy goes through, the budget comes out, and they said, okay, jolly well, these are the things that we need to do. We don't take into consideration the amount of money we already have. We project, and then we say, okay, I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. KRA and Derito will go and find us, perhaps they can get us 2.9 trillion. The remaining 1.1 trillion, maybe we can borrow it, maybe we can get it from here, maybe we can get it from here. When that doesn't happen, what do? We borrow. Guess what? 100 billion shillings in 4 months. It's in the paper today, if you think I'm lying, and because because it's in the paper, it must be true. So, 4 months, 95.5 billion shillings borrowed in 4 months, taking Kenya's debt to 12 trillion shillings. So we borrow the money because we've budgeted with money that we don't have.
Thank you. Now, there are like 7 big points there. So let me try and tackle them one at a time. Who debates the expenditure side? Who prepares it? The executive proposes from the executive side. The judiciary proposes its expenditure. The National Assembly or Parliament, the Parliamentary Service, which is Parliament, Assembly and Senate, and all of these converge at the table of the Parliamentary Budget Committee. What are the legal instruments used? The ones I'm explaining. Budget review and outlook. Now, I would wish, if I had my wish, this is where the most debate should be. Now, if we're saying we're expecting 5.2% growth, what do other experts believe? Should we lower it? Should we? You understand? We believe we'll be able to have inflation at a certain level. Should it, what do other experts believe? We believe we'll be able to get credit to private sector to move in a certain way. Is that, and so this is where the most debate should be. Next month in November, when the sector hearings are going on, budget sector hearings, this is again where incredible amount of debate should happen. Why? Because that spending what we don't have is going to happen in November and December. That sectors will approach it. We need additional money to do this. We need additional money to do the other. We need additional money to do the other. And there will be very little debate as to this question we are talking about now. Should we or should we not? And we have how we raise the resources to do so. That budget policy statement will be out in December for public scrutiny. I bet you will hardly hear a whisper about it. It will go before the National Assembly when they come back from January recess. So by 15th of February, and they will approve it. Once they approve it, then we'll say, how will we finance it? So whatever Nderito and his team will collect, plus what we'll borrow, and we want some additional, maybe increase, make some increases in via the finance bill. So we will then have a big debate sometime in May, early June, about the finance bill. Of course, it is an important instrument to be debated. And as you saw last year, citizens were so emphatic that in fact it collapsed in total. But how I wish citizens would be emphatic at the budget policy statement, because that's where the expenditure ceilings are created, so that we don't wait to the end. Secondly, the way the political process unfolds with the budget, there is actually no political constituency for a balanced budget, for a smaller deficit. There is no member of parliament arguing, reduce expenditure. Every member of parliament is arguing, what about the project in my constituency? So some of us have come to believe that we must maybe create a legal way of resetting. People usually ask, what is it that Rainbow did 20 years ago, 20, almost 22 years ago, in 2003, 2004. Why were they successful? They were successful because they were able to run a balanced budget for 3 years. In fact, in 1 year, in 2004, they had a budget surplus of 1 billion. Okay? Now, the way we have been living is as though an economy like ours can be on deficit indefinitely. And the answer, economists like me believe is that no, every so often you have to reset. The question is, how would you create the reset in a political environment that is just pushing for more and more expenditure? So perhaps in the PFM or even in the Constitution itself, we should consider a reset, a legally enforced balanced budget once every so often, maybe once every 7 years or so, because that reset is what allowed, that reset of 2003, 4, 5 is what allowed Kenya to get onto a very serious growth trajectory.
Would that reset include, stopping some projects? Because I'd like to give you some numbers.
Okay.
You might be surprised at some of these. If we look at one of the things you talked about is that members of parliament are agitating, for example, for projects in their region or their constituency area of jurisdiction, then to be sorted out. Kenya as a whole, 9 trillion shillings is the value of stalled projects during the Kibaki and Uhuru administration. 9 trillion.
Indeed.
662.9 billion shillings is the cost required to complete some 442 stalled projects across multiple state departments by mid-2022. 124 billion shillings is the amount already spent on those same projects. So those same projects which are not completed have gobbled up 124 billion shillings.
And they require how much to get to completion?
To complete it, they require 662 billion shillings. 1.2 trillion shillings is the stock of incomplete projects in Kenya in the public sector today. 1.3 trillion shillings. 600 billion shillings is the estimate. This is by the Project Management Institute, is the losses due to stalled or mismanaged public projects. This is just the projects that have not been completed, whereby there's a budget every year that more money is being looked for, that KRA, the 2.9 trillion that they're going to be able to collect, is going to go towards paying some of these things, is going to go towards making sure that debt, which again is through the roof, is paid. Remember, the first charge from a consolidated fund is debt repayment up to 70 shillings on the 100 shillings mark. So this is the kind of money that we're talking about. When people are going to Parliament to ask for more money, there is 1.3 trillion shillings in unfinished projects already. There is billions of shillings. There are billions of shillings that have already been paid on these projects, which, if we're lucky, will reach midterm in terms of completion. It seems like an absolute joke to me. I'm sorry. I don't understand how we can be operating in that deficit and saying that the economy is growing. Where?
Well, both things can be true. The economic is growing, and that we have a stock of unfinished projects. Let me just take perhaps one that is the favorite of Gen Zs, only because they were mocking the president about it. If you take the corridor from Isiolo to Ethiopia through Mandera, that corridor has been under development now for the better part of 7 years. Different portions are complete. Some portions, contractors are ongoing. Some portions are yet to start. So if you look at incomplete projects, that road will show up as an incomplete project. Is it ongoing? It is. Are there contractors on site? They are. Are there portions that are about to begin? There are. For example, one that I, as myself or my organization as KRA, we're involved in, are the bridges at Suftu and Ramu. Ramu with a R.
With a real R.
Yeah, with a real R. And these bridges are over River Dawa, so they're landing on the Ethiopian side. And just a couple of months ago, we were in Addis agreeing with the Ethiopian government the siting of the bridges. Now, that project is part of the broader project, which is the Lapset Development Corridor. Is it complete? It is not complete. Is it ongoing? Large parts of it are complete. I mean, the 3 or 5 parts, I can't remember, of the port. So the port is partially in use because it is finished or one phase of it is finished, and actually it is under use. Is the road from Lamu Port to Garissa through to Isiolo complete? It isn't. Is it ongoing? It is. So does it show up as incomplete project? Of course it does. And you can go on and on and on. Look at irrigation projects like the Revival or whatever, an extension of Galana Kularo. Is it complete? Not really. Will it show up as incomplete? It will show up as an incomplete project. And you can go on in every sector. You will look at the national fiber optic cable. Has it been? It has been in progress for the last 10 years. Is it complete? That contract is still running. Some areas are still getting connected to the national optic fiber backbone. So yes, there are many projects. That and that number there, 442, I don't doubt it. I would expect a number like that. Now, I don't know how the loss has been calculated. I presume the person is talking about opportunity cost, that if you don't finish a project on time, you have to reflect on what you are losing, what opportunity you are losing, because the asset is not under use. And again, I would agree with the person that now whether it is 660 billion, I may not be able to judge off the cuff, but there is an opportunity cost to delayed projects. Now, is the economy growing? The economy is growing. Is it growing at the pace that we would want it to grow? No, we should grow. We should have a stronger economic performance, because that is what will, first of all, recover lost ground. Because remember what we said, real wages had declined over a nearly 5-year period. Well, granted that if you look in agriculture, for example, if you look in construction, if you look at financial services, and I forget one fourth one, where real wages have begun to recover. Now, if the economy grows faster, and for it to grow faster, we need to succeed in getting credit to the private sector. That is what, and we do it over a sustained period of time, not just growth for one quarter. We're talking about growth for 2 or 3 or 4 years. That kind of trajectory is what will recover lost ground and elevate our standard of living. Completing projects faster, sooner, at cost helps us to achieve in that objective. However, it is possible for us to be growing even though they are incomplete projects.
But Nderitu, when you talk about completing these projects faster and sooner, at any given contractual agreement, there are timelines at when these projects ought to be completed. So at what point then you look at, especially during transitions from one government to the other, you'd find a new government gets in and projects that are being undertaken by the previous government do not become a priority. The reason why you find, even in Nairobi, some are just shells of what they used to be. At that point, the government and the people of Kenya are losing revenue because of a political decision and failure to continue with projects that were there. And one would argue that instead of starting new projects, let's complete what it is we have first of all before we start anything new. Because what happens is new projects, new budgetary allocations, yet the projects that ought to have been completed, that we get opportunity cost that you're talking about, are lost because of a political decision and not guided by the economic situation.
Well, certainly, and I would agree with you, Dennis, 100% that first and foremost, any succeeding governments must really complete the projects that they find ongoing, and that is the case at both levels of government, at the national government, at the county government. I hold the view that in fact we should consider personal liability. That where public officials willingly incur cost, willingly, or because of neglect of duty or something like this, what could be done? Because you see, even if you want to cancel an existing contract, there will be penalties to that contract. So you have to be able to demonstrate in a cost-benefit analysis that I am cancelling this commercial contract in order to enter into this other commercial contract, because this will be the benefits to the public, when I compare the two. What, of course, we have seen in county level, but also at national government, is that some projects either are cancelled or don't get as much priority, and yet there is no clear demonstration of the economic reason, economic value why that should be cancelled. So it is my personal view that, in fact, we should tighten the law, the PFM, to allow for penalties resulting from the way decision making happens. Will we get there? Who knows? But that is my own personal.
Should we get there?
We should get there, because what we see is, and again, you had me talking about credit rating earlier.
Yes.
Look, government exists, or the state exists in perpetuity. Okay, so Derito may be governor today, tomorrow it will be Dennis, the other time it will be Ndu, and that's the way it should be. Now, if we continue this, let's cancel everything Derito was doing, then let's cancel everything Dennis was doing, then let's cancel, so
we go nowhere.
We go nowhere. And it's unfortunate that we have some political leaders who think that way, because it is ridiculous. Actually, it is not proper. We have seen, for example, in the debates about pending bills at county level, that succeeding governors reluctant to pay the pending bills of their predecessors. Again, look, if you look at the debt register today, national debt register, I know some people say it's not, it's there, just look at the Treasury website. Should it be improved and so on? Maybe, in fact, I'm on record saying we should improve even the presentation of the debt register. Long story to say like this, Dennis, if you look at the debt register, you'll find there a loan from 1972 okay, that we are paying. It's the oldest loan that you will find in the debt register. But that's the way it is. The state exists in perpetuity. We must complete. It is good order to complete the projects you find when you get into office. And that's really the way it should happen in order to avoid. First of all, it's good economic sense, and it avoids the opportunity cost that we're talking about.
George, probably the last question that we have time for this morning is that you alluded to, putting the money in the hands of the private sector. When we look at other jurisdictions, industrialization and manufacturing has to take place for economic development to happen.
Indeed.
The bigger companies that we see around the world who are making moves are private companies. These are companies that have creative environment has been created by their selective governments in order for them to thrive. Take your pick. Very few of these are majority owned by government. Very few.
Indeed.
So, shouldn't Kenya be looking towards industrialization, manufacturing, in order to grow the economy, not this business of chasing people down the street in order to collect a shilling?
Absolutely. And well,
it's what happens. I'm telling you.
It took my breath away for a moment there. This chasing people down the street. We are not doing that, but we are firm in trying to collect taxes. The economy thrives by private sector. There are, of course, companies where government is invested. That actually are very strong economic operators.
Right.
Look at Safaricom and KCB. Government has very, very significant shares in those companies. Nonetheless, should be private sector led. What government's role is to create the environment that enables this to happen.
Right.
So, the idea, for example, of providing space for companies to operate from is not new to us. If you go back to Kenya industrial estates, that has been the work that they have been doing from the 60s. This question of credit to private sector, I consider it myself the biggest policy question of our time, this particular time, that everything else is working, inflation is low, exchange rate is where it should be. The number one thing that is in front of us, we need to overcome it, is the reluctance of commercial banks to intermediate credit to private sector and do so in an affordable manner. I think it should be the biggest debate that we're having. My opening salvo is that government should stop borrowing from the banks and borrow from Kenyans directly, because the deposits that are in the banks belong to us. And I bet you most of us would be willing to lend government. Government should offer us 5% or 6%. We are not getting 2% in the commercial banks. We'll lend government half of what they need in a year in the course of 1 hour on mobile money and finish the work.
There you go. He's the chairman of the Kenya Revenue Authority. He said it's going to be turned into a service soon. And
we are
on the way there.
We are already on the way there.
Okay.
Somebody asked me, okay, why haven't you changed the name yet? Because look, it's not just about the name. We want to live the talk.
Yeah.
We have to walk the talk and live the talk. For example, yesterday, we were at Ufungamano. Yes, Ufungamano. In a citizens' assembly.
Talking to people.
Talking to Kenyans. Two of my colleagues from the board, so the board and my commissioners and our technical teams, being grilled for most of the day by Kenyans at Ufungamano. Amazing stuff, and I was so happy with it. This follows on a similar thing in Mombasa a couple of weeks ago. It follows on a similar thing in Nakuru. The opening salvo by our CS for Finance, John Badi, we did Bunge la Wananchi in January. We'll continue. Watch this space.
You heard it from him, Director Maritha. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's almost 9:03. Good to see you again, and thank you for joining in this conversation. Look forward to many more. Asante sana. Good morning. 9:03.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has strongly criticized Busia Governor Paul Otuoma for giving false evidence regarding allegations of corruption plaguing his government when he appeared before the Senate Accounts Committee headed by Senator Moses Kajwang of Homa Bay. Cherargei says Otuoma misled them and that he was not collecting taxes, while senators have obtained full documents showing that they were doing so.
Finally, we are aware the county government, yesterday they lied, and I want to call them out. As leaders, we must be people of integrity. You remember when the governor appeared, he told us they are not charging sales or parking fees. I have seen, and I have a copy that trucks are paying, that carry maize are paying 1,500 shillings to the county. They are paying 2,000 for when they are transporting milk, and the one like this, the trailer, is 1,000 shillings. And they also paying parking fees here in town. So it was unfortunate that the county government, when they appeared before us public accounts, that they lied on oath. And I hope after these revelations, the public accounts committee will take action.
A Kisumu court has released 2 suspects allegedly behind the busted motor vehicle theft syndicate on 500,000 shillings each, with surety of a similar amount. The prosecution, through the DCI investigators handling the case, had earlier asked the court to detain the 2 suspects, Michael Mwaga and Peter Ndei, for a period of 21 days. However, Principal Magistrate Dennis Ogal dismissed the application, saying the duration sought was too long and the charges are bailable. He ruled that the prosecution has until October 13th to charge the duo. The main suspect, Evans Otieno Meda, who was arrested on Wednesday, will be arraigned in court today. And as the National Agricultural Show ACK in Kitale enters its second day, the chairman of the Kenya Chambers of Commerce and Industry for Trans Nzoia, Titus Kilongi, has said that business in Kitale has flourished, especially in restaurants and lodgings. Kilongi says the show has become a platform for practical learning for students being trained to use the CBE.
Umuhimu wa hii show, especially to us who are the business community and chamber as a BMO, ni kwamba circulation of money imekuwa juu. mahoteli yetu iko fully booked, hata mpaka wanaenda zile mahoteli za nje. So we are appealing to investors to invest more in the hospitality industry. Ikikuja wale wanauza bidhaa zao sokoni zimeenda juu. Mambo ya masomo ya wanafunzi, it's a perfect ground for demonstrations, especially with the practicality of the CBE system of education. Ikikuja kwa wafanyabiashara kama sisi tumefurahi kwa sababu among our mandate ni kuhakikisha kwamba watu wamepata mafunzo ya kuwawezesha based on smart agriculture to embrace a technology ya kuwezesha wazalishe bora zaidi.
He said the county, which is the nation's warehouse, is determined to focus on production through industries to boost the country's economy.
Trans Nzoia is considered to be the breadbasket of our country, and indeed, having moved around, we have demonstrated to all and sundry that there is no other county that can be compared to Trans Nzoia in terms of food production. We are welcoming them all to come and witness massive production because we are aiming at taking Trans Nzoia to the next level. From here, we know our next step is to convert now our agricultural production into industrial production for the purposes of converting Trans Nzoia into a dollar-driven economy.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL matches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maish, and right here on SpiceFM.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is this?
First of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's now 9 minutes after 9 o'clock and to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday. Imagine, yes, I said Friday. Okay, we'll go with Thursday if it makes you feel better. But you know what I'm saying. And here we are getting into a conversation that I see is going to be an interesting one. You'll understand that in a minute. World Sight Day. Today is the 9th of October. And we're having a conversation into this. And when we say sight, the one for seeing. Two guests join us in the studio this morning. Dr. Dorothy Mutie is an ophthalmologist at the Ministry of Health, and also Peter Milo is the country director for the Fred Hollows Foundation in Kenya. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room. Of course, looking to World Sight Day. It's today, right?
Yes.
It is today, the 9th of October. And just before we get into that, we would like to have you look into a proverb that Dennis will share, and he'll let you know what he wants you to do with that.
You know, the proverb today talks about eyes as well, eh? But let's go to the country that we're getting this proverb from. It is Togo. And when we talk about Togo, it is bordered by Ghana, we have Burkina Faso, and it is a country that is big on matters to do with agriculture. So maize, cassava are some of the products that they grow and continues to push the economy. But let's go to the proverb. A man does not know he has pepper in his eyes. A man does not know he has pepper in his eyes. How would you interpret that, Dr.?
A man does not know he has pepper.
In his eyes.
In pili
Pepper,
pili.
pili.
In his eyes.
Yes.
Interesting. How would I interpret that? That's quite deep. It makes me think of that what bothers you, or something that bothers you, you may not realize that it is present, or because pepper really ideally is very irritating. Really, you would expect anyone to feel the effect. So if they are not, if they don't know, then they are overlooking something. They are probably not aware of themselves. They are not aware of what's going on with themselves. Probably more concerned about other people. The way we say, they are more concerned about the speck in the other person's eye than the log that's in their eye.
Yeah.
That's my take for now.
And you, Milo?
All right, yeah, that's an interesting proverb from Togo. But I can relate with our sector and with in the eye health space. And Dr. and to all Kenyans, last year we supported the Kenyan government to do an assessment called the Rapid Assessment of Avoidable Blindness. And the leading causes of why people do not go to seek for care was the unfelt need. The fact that you have pepper in your eyes and you are unbothered to do it, it means it's something that you should do, but because it does not kill you, you leave it to progress. But what that means then, in that situation, and it's a discussion we are looking forward to, is that unattended, the pepper in your eyes, if you are a man, it means you are not able to be economically productive. If you are a child, you are not able to go to school. So it means then it's something that you are failing to attend to, but it is affecting your socio-economic productivity. So that is how I look at it.
Well, that's deep.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so World Sight Day. Is it like saying happy birthday? No?
Kind of.
Okay.
Because we are really commemorating, or rather, not quite commemorating, it's more of making aware. You know, happy birthday, you're remembering the day you were born and so on. But for World Sight Day, it's an opportunity to make the world aware of eye health matters that affect our eyes, which are often ignored, just like what he has said, that pepper. And many times, most people will actually put aside issues to do with their eyes and concentrate on something more. You can be sure if you have a toothache, that will take you to hospital even at night. But many people often will ignore eye matters until they are until it's very late. And that's why World Sight Day, it's a day for advocacy, a day to remind people your eyes are important. Take care of your eyes. And the amazing thing is that 80% of the causes of visual impairment or blindness are actually treatable or preventable. And so when we think about that, then why do we still have quite a large number of people affected? So World Sight Day exists to bring that awareness to everyone as an individual, but also to decision makers, people who are involved in making policies, in allocating resources to ensure, towards access to healthcare and so on. So that's why World Sight Day is celebrated world over, and as in Kenya, we are not left behind. Yes, that's why World Sight Day exists every second Thursday of October.
Yeah. So, Milo, it is a big day. For some of us who wear glasses, we know what that means. We know what that means. But even while at it, how does Fred Holler Foundation now get into this space?
Okay, that's a good question. And just to ride into what Dr. Mutia said, and as I come to that question, today the theme is Love Your Eyes. And the sub-theme is putting eye health at the heart of decision makers. And the Fred Holler Foundation is a global organization that was founded over 35 years ago. And its main purpose and mission is to end avoidable blindness. In Kenya, we've been present since the year 2004, and we are working with the national government, the Ministry of Health, and 22 counties. The foundation, all these years, has been focusing on strengthening the health system in Kenya by focusing on 4 critical areas. That means supporting treatment. As I said, the leading causes of blindness, according to the rapid assessment of avoidable blindness, are 4 causes. And these are cataract, and this is where you find eyes are cloudy. Like what you're wearing, and myself and Dr. Mutia and all of us in this room, is a refractive error, and that's why you need glasses. And then the other leading cause is glaucoma. And then there's trachoma in trachoma endemic counties. So the work of the foundation is support treatment, and for example, in the last 5 years, from the year 2020 to 2025, we supported the government of Kenya, counties and the national government to screen close to 1.4 million Kenyans and provide support treatment for cataract surgeries in excess of 50,000, and for glasses reading, which children requires, and young people and everybody to do their work. We've done donation of close to 28,000 eyeglasses. But more important, we also support government in terms of policy, for example, the National Eye Health Strategy, and we are focusing support around the eye health policy, because at the end of the day, all this needs to be anchored in a robust healthcare system. So that is the work that we've been doing. And then another important aspect is that, and I think is an important point for us to note today, eye health is no longer a clinical problem, but is a development issue. And why do we say that? There is evidence that shows a child who is unable to see and they can get their surgery, they are frustrated to learn because they cannot see the blackboard, they cannot attend to their schooling. And that also leads to poor school attendance, poor education outcomes. There's that laborer or that person who would need glasses for them to either to drive a car to do their job. And that is where we talk about the economic productivity. But the last point that is very important, for every person who is blind and something can be done, it means they have a caregiver. That means a wife, a son, a daughter has to not to go to do work to look after you. So the work we are doing is to supporting care and treatment and enabling environment to free the caregivers to go and do their work. And that has been very empowering. And we commit to do that in the next 10 years as we work with the government and communities in Kenya.
Some of the things that you mentioned, and I'd like to come back to Dr. Mutia in a bit in terms of the physiological issues that we deal with. But you mentioned that some of these things are preventable.
Yes.
80%, I think, is the number that you gave. I mean, okay, I'm sorry to use the word, but it's ridiculous. That if 80% of the issues that we face today can be preventable, and then you went on to mention things like glaucoma, trachoma, and all of this. If they're preventable, why aren't we preventing them?
Okay.
Well, I can start with you, Milo, and then we can come to you, Dr.
Okay. All right. So I'll give it up it from a partner point of view. It's true. 9 out of 10 people who have blindness, it's preventable, and that's why we talk about 90% of the blindness is preventable. But there are key barriers that are preventing this from happening. One, of the biggest one is adequacy of geographically and well-distributed workforce for eye care. She just told you she's an ophthalmologist. There are very few of them. And also we also need other eye care workers for you to do surgery or treatment. You need a multidisciplinary teams of surgeons, nurses, clinic officers, and others. So that in itself is a space where we are having few health workers that we need. But the other important thing is also limited access. And when we talk about limited access, is for example, like the example you gave about Togo, but let's talk about Kenya. There are a lot of people who are not seeking care for eye care because there is what we call unfelt need. You know, many people, and I hope it's not the case that people say what you don't know does not kill you. But in eye care, if you leave your eye health unattended, it pushes you now to the blindness that is not reversible. So number one is about we need to increase community awareness, and here we are doing a lot of partnership and supporting counties and government with working with the primary health care, especially community health care promoters in terms of creating awareness. The other aspect, and you should know, is that equipment for eye health are very expensive, and therefore there are limited equipment in our health facilities. And the work we are doing and working towards in the 22 counties we are talking about, we are supporting a lot of work around equipment. And then the other aspect is about cost. I'm happy we have the Social Health Authority that is supporting a lot of the surgeries and treatment, but there are also other barriers to you accessing treatment, and sometimes it's about transport, economics, and others. So therefore those are the big barriers that are preventing when these solutions are already available. So those are the big, from where I see it, but I'm sure Dr. Mutia from the ministry can highlight and provide more.
Okay, so I mean, we can ground some of these issues, can't we?
Yeah.
That I have a colleague here who says, "Well, I can't see," as in, I said, "For how long?" He said, "Well, I mean, forever. I can't see, but I just don't want to get glasses." So it's a constant thing for I can't see. I've been in a vehicle with somebody who clearly can't see, and they're driving. They can't see, but they believe that, you know, if you squint a little bit, I can get where we're going, and so that trip is done, right? So it's years and years of this behavior where I can't see, but I don't want to wear glasses. It's cumbersome. It's this, that, the other thing. Are we doing a disservice? Are we damaging? We're going to get, like, you know, Milo says, to a point whereby things are irreversible. Then talking about prevention area of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touch actually on a core aspect of the reason why so many people still have issues with eye health, the aspect of the unfelt need. If it doesn't bother, or not just about unfelt need. There's also the various myths and misconceptions about eye health. You've just talked about glasses. And often there's that whole lot of, a whole population that talks about, I don't want to wear glasses. What's behind that? There are myths around glasses, for example. A child who starts wearing glasses when they're young, they'll become blind. That's the thinking. Or that their eyes will sink. Oh no, this child, you know, that kind of thing. No, my eyes, my features, I won't look nice and such. Yet it is such a simple intervention that will actually make someone who is unable to see, and they become productive. So it's back to the beliefs that people hold, the myths that have been propagated. And that's why, as a ministry of health, one thing that's paramount is about just creating awareness of the different causes and the different interventions there are. For example, we talked about, Milo mentioned a few of the causes of what we call visual impairment or blindness. We say they are preventable because either there is a cure, or rather there's a treatment for it, or it can be prevented or steps taken earlier. For example, let's take cataract. Cataract is something that surgery can actually cure. You have your surgery today, in a few days, your vision is fine. Okay. So that's one. Refractive error, that's being short-sighted or having poor near vision. A pair of glasses sorts that out. Yet many do not want to use that. But there is care available. When we talk about another cause of blindness, which I would like to highlight, is what we call diabetic retinopathy. We have a huge number of people who have diabetes. What they don't know, or many of them are not aware, is that diabetes can actually lead to blindness. And it stems from the care of taking care of the diabetic part of it, because if they don't take care of that, then one of the complications is actually poor vision. The eyes get affected, and by that time it's really their vision can we've reached a point where it's almost irreversible. Yet if that person earlier on had taken care of their diabetes, had gone for screening early, then potentially they would not have gone blind. So in essence, we are talking about belief system, then just our behavior, our health-seeking behavior as Kenyans. Yeah, you've just mentioned your colleague. Why are they not going to? Because they do not want glasses. Why don't they want glasses? That's what we should explore. This driver, what is it that what do they fear? What are the fears? And in fact, in a study we did some time back, glasses actually were availed to people. And these were just for near glasses. They were availed free of charge. People were told, you can come for your glasses. Do you know half of them didn't pick them? Yeah. And so we did a survey to ask, you saw that you needed, because actually they were very happy. They were able to read. Then so they were asked, why didn't you go? And they were at no cost to you. Oh, I had no time. Very interesting, what I would call flimsy excuses. So it goes back to the behavior of the people, which means we still have a lot to do as a ministry, as partners, to address those concerns that people have around eye health. And of course, things that are deeply ingrained take time, but we can't leave them. We must take the steps to create awareness, continue creating awareness, and starting early. One of the things that we, or rather one of the partners, not really partners, we work very closely also with Ministry of Education, because in schools there is a school health policy. In it is also an eye aspect. So there have been efforts to try and to screen children while they're in schools, getting their eyes checked. Those who need glasses, those are availed. It's ongoing work, and there's still a lot of misconceptions again. You need glasses, but your parents say, no, you cannot wear glasses. Why? Yeah, there are parents who flatly refuse and say, no, my child cannot wear glasses. They will go blind, because they don't understand what really refractive error is all about. So again, so there's all that around the misconceptions.
So, Dr. there is also, when you talk about eye health, so there is opticians, you correct me if I'm wrong, and there are ophthalmologists.
Yes.
And most of the time you find someone has a cyst on the eye, and the next thing is, I'm going to see an optician, not an ophthalmologist. There is that clear difference that people do not understand where to go to at what point.
Absolutely.
Most of the time, whenever there is a problem with the eye, someone just thinks, I need to go to an optician for glasses. But maybe it is a bacterial infection that deserves an ophthalmologist to assess and give you necessary prescription. Failure or absence of this information, how is it affecting need for healthcare?
You bring a very important aspect of eye health also. I think most Kenyans, I think it's human beings, we love shortcuts. We do not want to take the long haul. Oh, I will go queue, I will go, it will cost me a lot more. There's an optician right at the corner. And as Milo mentioned, some of the health facilities where you have an eye health worker may be a little of a distance away. So often it's that, I can get help. Or the other example is, I can go to a chemist, get an eye drop for my infection. And that is a huge area that has been, that area that has really, really impacted on both getting people the right care, and also leading to an avoidable unnecessary blindness. Really. So let me put it, it's important for people to understand who gives what? Which eye health worker does what, so that you go to the right correct place. And as you rightly say, somebody has a bacterial infection, they go to the nearest place where really they may not get the correct help. The other thing is, among the eye health workers, as Mil also pointed out, eye health is about multidisciplinary work. You can't work alone. We work as a team. And ideally, every member of that team needs to know, this is my scope. So for this one, I need to escalate it to the next level. So unfortunately, we do find there are a bit of unscrupulous practitioners who will not do the right thing and instead capitalize on this person who has come with a bacterial infection and say, okay, I'll give you this eye drop, or you use glasses, you'll be fine. When actually that person's problem is more serious, like even glaucoma. And for many, now that I mentioned glaucoma, that's how many people have missed out on a diagnosis of glaucoma. So by the time they reach, say, an ophthalmologist, it's way late.
Okay, so how does glaucoma present? Because there are quite a number of people who today are blind.
Yes.
And the cause of that was glaucoma. But Milo, you talked about it being preventable to a certain extent. How does it present, and what numbers are we looking at in Kenya?
So I want to first circle to the question that he asked about the team, and then talk about the various, and then allow Dr. Mutie to kind of address the issue about glaucoma. But this is what happens. Every Kenyan, based on our healthcare system, the identification path is very clear. So it means that where communities live, if you go to your nearest clinic, there will be a health worker. And at that point, you don't need an ophthalmologist. An ophthalmologist is a high-level eye care worker.
Okay.
So the nurse at the facility near to you, they are able to screen you and refer you to the appropriate level of care. There are those conditions that are just requiring eyeglasses, and nurses and healthcare workers at that level will be able to provide that. But there are those conditions that require that once you are screened, and that's why we are talking about screening. Once you are screened, then the referral is for you to see a surgeon who requires to do the surgery. And cataract surgery takes only 30 minutes.
Okay.
Only 30 minutes. There are those that require, the condition does not require a surgery, but what you need is glasses. And this is where optician and optometrists come forward. So my advice to Kenyans today, whether in Nairobi and in the counties, please present yourself to their nearest health facility, and from there, then they will be able to be screened and referred to the appropriate level of care. So that is the pathway to making sure. Then the other one, and I think in terms of glaucoma, we must speak about the integration of the healthcare system. Most of the time, glaucoma will be identified in the diabetes clinic. So that means if you present there, they will screen you and identify these conditions, and then you are referred for treatment, which Dr. Mutie will be talking about in terms of glaucoma. Yes, but glaucoma needs to be identified early enough. If you don't identify early enough, then it's a condition you have to live with for a very long time.
What does it look like?
Yeah, interesting. Now, glaucoma is actually called the thief of sight, the silent thief of sight. The unfortunate thing is that we don't quite have a tool to screen it early enough. So ideally, for glaucoma, one must endeavor to have a full eye checkup at least once every year or once every 2 years. And especially so if you're aged 35 and above, 5 years, and also if there's a family history of glaucoma. Part of the reason is because how glaucoma develops, it starts from the outer part of the eye. So it does not significantly affect vision, which is what is very obvious to most of us. So it starts from the outer part of the eye, and the inner eye, that is, and we don't see it. So, and then slowly progresses towards the center, the place, the central place that is enables us to see very clearly. So by the time that is affected, really there's nothing much we can do. However, if detected early, there are medicines and there's surgery to enable someone with glaucoma to actually live with it. Unfortunately, there's no cure for glaucoma. And that's something people need to be aware of.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't tell that glaucoma is progressing as the person with the eye. But if you, as an ophthalmologist, did a test or screening, you could tell if there was progression of glaucoma.
Yes.
Okay, you can see.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
And so what would you, I'm sorry, we're going into details, but what would you see that would tell you, okay, this is glaucoma? The main symptom would be beginning to find that you're not able to see on the sides. You're walking straight, facing straight, and all of a sudden you realize somebody passed and you didn't see them. So it's about the peripheral vision. That's what starts getting lost. And that's the main symptom. Otherwise, beyond that, there's really no other symptom. Though there are other types of glaucoma that would present with pain, but those are very rare. Those are very rare, what we call angle closure glaucoma. But for the vast majority, it is what we call open angle glaucoma, and you lose peripheral vision without realizing. So you just realize one day, I can see clearly, straight ahead. But you see, as you're looking at me, you're seeing your surroundings, aren't you? You're aware of where Milo is seated, even though you're looking at me. Yes.
That disappears with glaucoma.
So somebody with glaucoma, if I was sitting here, I wouldn't see Milo or Dennis.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Without even having to move my eye, I wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is the reason why, as she said, it is still the vision, is that you continue to see.
Yes.
But with the time, the field keeps on narrowing. And the reason why, and let's also link this to road accidents and others, there are a lot of pedestrians who will have knocked by a vehicle or by a motorbike, by a cyclist. Not that they did not see, not that they are negligent to cross, it's because they are not seeing. And now that leads me to the other effects of not addressing eye health. Like I was following the reports for the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, where we talk about in the year 2024, close to over 3,000 Kenyans lost their life. But they said part of that reasons why many accident happens, it was poor vision. It could be with the pedestrian, it could be with the drivers and others. And the ramification of eye health are far-reaching. For me, from where I sit, and this is where we are saying, is that eye health is no longer just a clinical disease, but is a socio-economic political agenda. Simply because if you address eye health and government invest in terms of resources, planning, and drawing more attention, then you're able to unlock a lot of potential in people in terms of labor, economics, improvement in school educational outcomes. There are many children, and I can remember of several in our programs whereby a child is frustrated. I think of a story of a girl, Michelle in Siaya, who was frustrated in high school. She's not able to read and see the board. But the education system is progressing. But the day she was screened and identified the challenge that she had and she needed classes, she was able to enjoy her schooling and able to progress into what she wants to become in life. A young boy in Kilifi called Baraka Baluku, whereby he stayed with a cataract that needed attention, but that was identified by a community health promoter, who we are calling the community volunteers. He was able to get his surgery in Kwale Hospital, a partner hospital that we work with, and this young man was able to go back to being a child. Children are supposed to play and to enjoy their schooling. So therefore, when we just talk about eye health as just a clinical condition, we forget that you need your sight for you to be productive. Like where we are here, we are able to work. In fact, nowadays we are talking about you don't need your glasses for just reading. We call it for near work. Near work means reading is part of it. Driving is part of it. You need just to continue with your business. And then there are a lot of people who are dragged to poverty because they are caregivers. Because you will realize a blind person needs another person in which for them to be helped. But there are options that are there, and we are seeing a lot of innovation in the work we do. And if you may allow, is that we are seeing a partnership with the ministry and the private sector and other stakeholders, whereby we are using mobile technology in what we are called peak vision, whereby some of this screening, by the way, and this is what I said, by the an ophthalmologist it's a very highly skilled eye care professional, and we do not need to engage them for that level of screening. So therefore, our health worker with a mobile technology, with peak vision technology, then they're able to screen.
But do they have them?
So in West Pokot, we are doing successful work with that.
Okay.
In Embu, that is happening. And what are they using? They are using a mobile technology with a community health promoter. And what happens is that they are able to talk to you and go through a checklist of several questions and conditions, and even measure your visual acuity. And based on that, you'll get an SMS that says, now we found you, Dennis, you have an eye condition, you need, like, for example, go to Langata Eye Clinic, where you'll be able to get your treatment. If you don't go, then you get a reminder that reminds you you are referred and you did not go. And then the system is able to track you through to you being able to be in schedule for surgeries, for glasses and others. And what are we saying the technology is using? So you can see we are bringing that aspect of screening at the community level so that you have a very clear referral pathways, and that has eased a lot. So there are success stories in West Pokot and Embu, and we are looking forward to, in that partnership, to doing even more. So I think that what we are saying is that the technology exists. Is the awareness creation that we need to make sure that is amplified. And we also want decision makers. And today, as we are here, we also have legislators and senators who are going through their screening and getting their tested so that they can also appreciate what eye care means. And that's very important for us to know. Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to read a question by one Christina A, who says, my daughter usually has tears coming from her eyes in the morning, but I don't have the courage to take her for screening. I'm scared of the results. It started when she was in class 6. She is now in Form 2.
Thank you. And that's a perfectly valid concern for the parent. Any parent wants their child really living a normal, healthy life. But they will also want them productive. And that's why she's concerned about the tears, right? But she says she's scared. What is she scared of? One of the things I think any human being would be scared of going blind. I think that is the first thing, that really you wouldn't want anyone going blind. And so one of the things that we really must get our population to understand is there are two things. There is blindness and there is what we call visual impairment. So blindness is a state where now you can no longer see completely, you need help. You need to be assisted to do your day-to-day work. But the visual impairment is conditions that affect your eye, not necessarily leading to blindness, but if not attended to, could potentially then cause vision loss. So the advice would be address your fear and say, let me act now. Let's address this tearing now, and hopefully avert poor consequences of not acting. So it's again getting to the community, and has been highlighted. I think the current regime is really strong on community health promoters, and their training includes a module on eye care, which means then they are able to pick some of these conditions early enough and advise parents. And since they live in the community, they can talk one-to-one, one-on-one, try and understand, what are your fears? What are you fearing? Can I go with you to the health facility, so that then they can address those kinds of fears, and then the child hopefully will get help.
We both addressed matters to do with the community health promoters, and just how critical is their presence as we discuss this matter today. Just how critical are community health promoters in ensuring that these cases are captured early, and necessary attention is given to them, and treatment begins. Because most of the time you find, let's say in far-flung areas where you'd find an ophthalmologist isn't there, perhaps there's need for a referral. How does community health promoters then step in to bridge that gap and offer necessary advice for both of you?
So maybe we come to that case where we've talked about of a girl who has been tearing, and for many years. My advice to the parent is they need to take the necessary step right now, which means they need to work. If she's in a day school, is that then they need to present themselves to the nearest health facility in their location. It could be a level 3 sub-county hospital, level 4, or county referrals, whereby they will need to screen. Because the moment we talk about eye drops, most likely the condition is whereby they are self-treating themselves. And those conditions have a solution. So I think for that particular case, they need to present themselves to the nearest facility. If she's in a boarding school, all schools that are boarding always have a matron. I think the correct thing is to do is to present to the matron, and the matron needs to refer the child to the nearest government health facility. So I think that's an important aspect. Community health promoters, and I think we can never overemphasize the role of primary health care. Community promoters are the people who serve a certain community health unit. So they are responsible for screening of health conditions within a community unit. And these conditions are many. Eye health is one. They screen for nutrition, malaria, for maternal and others, so that they are able to refer for that. So one of the things that the community promoters, they are our frontline soldiers. Therefore, it is important that we have adequate numbers, and there's very good progress in that. But the other aspect is that they are always working and employed by the county governments, all right? So therefore, county governments, as they have done, and in the 22 counties where we are working, and in all the 47 counties, we have community health promoters. So continuing to plan and budget for their stipend, for their resources, and the things that they need for them to do the primary healthcare work is very important, because they are the first people who will identify. They are the ones who will identify there's a mother here who needs maternity. But I always talk about the integration. You know, when we talk about eye health, sometimes it looks different. And I want to draw the parallels here. That mother and father, when they're in the clinic, they are patients. That mother and father, when they are in the school where their daughter and son goes to school, they are parents. Then that mother and father and son and daughter, we are in the farm, they are farmers. But basically, we are speaking about the same person. So therefore, there is need for that integration. So as they screen in a household for nutrition, maternal, malaria, and other conditions, eye care is part of that. But that support system networks, because we have always seen in terms of their facilitation for their allowances, for their training, and making sure that they are adequate and enough, that needs to continue. And that is what the government can do. A lot has been done, but more can be done.
Okay, so maybe I would combine this next question for you, Dr. Mutia, with one that comes from Calvin, who's on our streams as well. And he says his friend has been losing his sight for a while and has gotten to the point where he cannot read or write properly. So even if it's, it's up there. And that he's been to a facility where they've been told that there is nothing they can do. Could that be glaucoma? And I'm going to combine that with this question, whereby I can see a shop and it's got glasses in it, and I have an issue with my eye, and so I'm going to walk into that shop, and the optician who may be in the back end, I'm hoping that they will be able to find me a problem. Or I go to another one and they tell me the optometrist is in. Or they tell me that the ophthalmologist is in if I go to another one. Or they tell me that the ophthalmic surgeon is in. How are we differentiating between these four and what they do?
Thank you. Excellent question. So let me first address the concern, the one who's concerned about their friend. It's possible it could be glaucoma depending on their age, but there are other conditions that could actually potentially cause loss of vision, and that's why a comprehensive eye check would be important. And when we say comprehensive, that means full eye check. That, first of all, would help identify the actual cause and see if something can be done. Because as we progress, technology, new research is coming up. And so we are finding things that before we could do nothing about. Now, there's something we can do. Yeah. So it's very important that he or she gets to a health facility where they can have an exam.
I need to say that the health facility that he's mentioned is actually quite for is a forefront facility that has dealt with eye issues. I'm not going to mention it, obviously.
That's all right.
It's one of the ones that we hear of a lot when it comes to eye issues.
All
so
right.
in that case, that might tweak things a little bit.
Okay, all right. In that case, all is not lost. One of the things that the other bit of awareness that we need to bring is that should vision loss occur, that's not the end of the world. We have rehabilitative services, and in Kenya, actually, we do have we have an agent. An organization called Kenya Society for the Blind that actually helps anyone now who has irreversible vision loss to they work together so that they can be able to navigate their own life, their personal life, as well as even vocational training. How then best can they continue with their normal life? So that would be the next best place. Not only that, and it's not just about people who are blind. We also have what we call low vision. We have low vision devices and centers that offer that. And these are devices that cater for those who have not completely gone blind. They still have some vision, which can still be useful. And they're given devices that can help them read, can help them actually go to school, can help them navigate life. So life is not lost, all is not lost. So I'd advise that there's help.
Okay.
They can find help. So let them not give up. And we can, if they can get in touch with the Kenya Society for the Blind, they can get help.
Okay. All right.
So in terms of the eye health workforce, so what are the differences? Yes. In the eye health section within the ministry, we actually have what we call the scope of practice guidelines, which outlines what each level can do.
Okay.
And as part of creating awareness, it's important that people know what's the level that this person can do, and they are obligated to escalate what they can't do to the next level. So if we start, let me start from maybe, do I say from the top? That is the ophthalmologist. Usually that is a doctor who has trained in medicine and has gone further to do eye care.
Okay.
So they can do surgeries, they can do, they can prescribe medication and all that. So that's an ophthalmologist. In Kenya, we also have what we call the ophthalmic clinical officers. Who support the ophthalmologists in identifying and treating eye conditions. Usually they'll be found at level 3, level 4, even level 5 facilities. So they'll be like the first line person. So they'll see, and then what is more difficult, then they can refer to the ophthalmologist. So they work together that way. We have the optometrist. So the optometrist has training in what we call vision sciences. So they work on the vision aspect of it. They'll help in terms of identifying conditions that require vision therapy. They can help with people who have refractive errors, contact lenses, and so on. And they work closely also with the ophthalmologists. Finally, we have the optical technicians. This is the team. Once the optometrist, for example, has prescribed, said you have a refractive error and you have no other issue, you need glasses. So then this is the team that will actually fabricate the glasses. We'll take the frame, make sure it fits, and then put the correct glasses. So I think with that understanding, we should be able to identify, I have a discharge, really who is the best person I should go to.
Okay.
Yes.
So Mila, I want us to look at the current world where we are. Your alarm in the morning is your phone. It's the first thing you wake up to.
Yeah.
It's the last thing you close your eyes to. So every day we are here, or you are on a machine. You know, babies at home nowadays, there is a cartoon there for them to watch the whole day. And exposures to the modern technology, how does that affect the eyes? As well as, let's look at how can Kenyans avoid problems associated with their eyes? What foods do they have to eat to reverse eye problems or conditions, if any?
Okay. So again, before I come to your question, and just to come to the earlier question, as a Kenyan, when you present yourself to a health facility nearest to you, the various pathways on who sees you, that is sorted by the referral system. If you need a surgery, you can be sure you'll be attended by a cataract surgeon or an ophthalmologist. If it's about glasses that you need, you'll be attended by optician or optometrist. So that removes the burden of trying to figure who needs to do what, because that in itself becomes too much. And then the concept in terms of workforce we are saying, and this is why we are saying the community health promoters, they are doing screening before many years ago. That is what optometrists was doing. And what we are saying is that there are also eye health issues that have been in what we are calling tax sharing, whereby they are delegated to another cadre so that they are able to be attended to. So that is very important. Now coming to phones and screens, they are here with us to stay, and we must learn to stay with them. But times have changed. So one of the things that we are talking about in terms of eye health, and also very much to do with school health, is that we need to encourage children also to have time off in terms of playing and all that. So one of the things that we need to encourage is also a healthy living, whereby we have to talk to parents to encourage children to go and play outside, to have healthy eating. That means fruits and all foods that are important. So that allows to remove that pressure to do with a lot of screen time, because you see, we are getting more screens in our life. And then the other one is that, like with the mobile phone, they are small. If you have opportunities to provide bigger screens for people to work, the better for them. So that is an aspect that we must continue to work with, but we work towards reducing the screen time exposure by introducing other aspects. And that's why you talk about games, outdoor activities, and all that. You remember a long time ago, it was parents calling children, come back from playing. You are playing too much, come. But with phones that have come, parents are finding a challenge to encourage their children to go and play, because that is very important, because that removes that exposure. We also need to deal with these things about a myth, because I know growing up where you'll find when a child is watching a TV, they move closer to the TV, and the parents or the guardian will say, you are going to spoil your eyes. What the child is doing by moving closer to this TV, they are doing accommodations so that they can see what is there. It shows there's a problem. Are we together? So those children, or they are telling us there's an issue, and that's why they are moving near or far. But the default is come away from that. So that is very important. But the other important aspect is to integrate eye health into the broader health and the other sectors. Remember the story I've told you about. The same person who needs glasses is the same person who needs them for doing other works. They are the same person who need them in schools. And therefore, like even when we talked about glaucoma, you address glaucoma from the diabetic clinics. That means there is screening that is arrested there. So that integration into the broader health is very important. And then to other sectors. And this is what I want to share with you today on this World Health Day, that shows in Kenya. So there's a report that has been released today, which is talking about the value of good vision, the investment case for our health. It's a global report, but we today I want to share with you what it's saying about Kenya. And we are saying, if Kenya invests in eye care, we are able to unlock $265 million US, which is close to 34 billion Kenyan shillings. That's a lot of money. But what does that investment come from? Where will that money we are talking about when you invest in eye, where will you get that? You'll get that money from occupational productivity. There are people who are not able, and I think this is even more profound for those people who do work that requires for them to get their wages on a daily basis. If you have poor vision, you lose income. So that means then you feel that. So the savings or the money you get is from improved occupational productivity. You talk about increased employment. There are people who are actually don't have a job simply because they will not be able to they have poor vision. And then there is also about schooling, education outcomes, school attendance. There is a child who, because they are not able to see the board, the system may not be understanding them. They are frustrated and they stay home. And the last one, which is very important, is the caregiver. I will tell you this. In all the 22 counties we work, and I know you've seen people who are blind. For any time you see a blind person, there are either two people. There is one helping them, and there's a blind person. So blindness leads to 2 or 3 other people not being able to do anything else. That means when you talk about avoidable blindness, that surgery of 30 minutes, the cataract, will free that person to continue with their life and you to continue to do what you are doing. So and then how does this happen for us to talk about this productivity? We must start seeing eye health not just as a clinical issue, but as an opportunity to unlock our economic productivity. And that's why we say we are putting decision makers at the heart of it. When we tell you about investing in eye care, it's the same way you can go and look for a development loan to come and improve your high health system and the healthcare system. Because I know we can take a loan or do look for financing to do other tangibles, but there are things that you are not able to see, but they are very important. So that investment in health as a socio-economic development agenda is very important. And then the modification we are talking about, where blindness has come and nothing has happened, there are assistive devices that allows you to continue
operating.
The best example I can, if you allow me, I spent a bit of time at Kenyatta University. If I use that as an example, if you go to Kenyatta University, you are also able to find students who are blind, who are navigating and going on in the campus unaided. Because the university has put modification to allow you to continue with your life. And that is very important.
Indeed it is. And we could go on. I mean, there's so many questions still around eye health. But, our time comes to an end. We must have you back to even look at some of these issues because people want to know about them. I mean, from LASIK surgery to other kinds of surgery and things that you can do. But, time allows us to do just this. And it's been quite informative to then be able to look into some of these matters. It's World Sight Day. Love your eyes, essentially, is what we're saying. Do that today.
Yep.
Peter Milo is the country director of the Fred Hollows Foundation here in Kenya, and Dr. Dorothy Mutie is an ophthalmologist in the Ministry of Health. Thank you both for being here on this World Sight Day to open our eyes, literally, into some of these matters.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping it the Situation Room this Thursday morning. It is 10:01. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you.